Chapter 370, Incoming Storm. Chapter 370, Incoming Storm. Part of the reason why Su Zimo stayed on in Xuantian City was to resolve the feud with the three mounted bandits. At the same time, he was curious about the ancient sect ruins that Tang Yu mentioned. A sect ruin that could gather a few of Tianhuang mainland's major factions was definitely far from ordinary. Of course, the prerequisite of exploring the ruin was that he had to establish a firm standing and reputation within Xuantian City. The battle against the four mounted bandits was inevitable. From the moment he killed Bao Yunfeng, Su Zimo had no intention of resolving things amicably with the four mounted bandits. Against these villainous and violent people, there was no way Su Zimo was going to swallow things and go against his heart just because of their formidable strength. If he had any unhappiness, he would just go for sweet, direct vengeance furiously to quell that displeasure. The worst-case scenario would be for his demonic cultivation to be exposed. At the most, he would just raise hell at that time. For the next few days, Su Zimo sat at a street corner exposed to all motionlessly. With an empty mind, he cultivated with the calmness of an old monk. On the third day, Su Zimo's fifth spirit meridian appeared and took shape, stabilizing completely with spirit energy surging within it in a full manner. Su Zimo's breakthrough did not cause much of a reaction in Xuantian City. After all, to most of the cultivators, it did not matter whether Su Zimo was at 4 or 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. In fact, even if he got to 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, the outcome would not change much. Most of them were just waiting to watch the show. Everyone wanted to know how the three mounted bandits were going to torment Su Zimo given their methods and the number of innocent cultivators who would be implicated due to their wrath. As time passed, the tension in Xuantian City got heavier as it meant that the three mounted bandits were closer to returning. This day, dark clouds shrouded the city and thunder rumbled. The skies seemed to be painted ink black as the clouds changed rapidly and rumbled. The air was filled with a damp scent indicating the arrival of a thunderstorm. A perfectly retained residence stood at the east side of Xuantian City. At the entrance, a handsome man in luxurious robes stood with hands behind his back, looking at the dark clouds with a slightly raised chin. His eyes were clear, resembling glass. A cultivator sped over from the distance with a sect badge hanging on his waist. The handsome man in the residence had an identical one as well. If one were to pay attention, they could vaguely make out a single word, glass. "Greetings, Senior Brother Pei." The disciple arrived before the luxuriously robed man and bowed slightly, greeting with politeness. "We have news. The three mounted bandits have returned to the city." "All right." The luxuriously robed man replied indifferently, still gazing at the skies. The disciple continued, "I heard that Elixir Yang's sect is up to something. Young Master Tang Yu is leading a group of cultivators towards that mansion, but we don't know why." "Fu." Extending his palm, the luxuriously robed man looked at his long, slender fingers with a mocking expression as he said indifferently, "The four mounted bandits, the dhole, wolf, tiger and leopard. Now that the leopard is dead, the remaining three beasts will definitely go mad. Anyone who offends them at a time like this is only asking for it. Our aim is the ruins of Elixir Pool Sect. There's no need for us to waste our strength here. That Su guy is merely an ant that's overestimating his own strength." West side of Xuantian City. In a palace, a black-robed cultivator sat in the middle with a huge gold saber. A bone spear laid across his knees horizontally. Although his eyes were shut, there was a murderous aura around him. "Fiend air, the three mounted bandits have returned to the city." "Got it." The black-robed cultivator replied casually without opening his eyes. Almost at the same time, Puppet Sect, Thousand Crane Sect, the few factions within Xuantian City caught wind of the news as countless gazes watched the long street. Before long, a storm poured and lightning flashed in the skies, interweaving like a web that threatened to engulf the ancient city. The storm was heavy and fierce. In the blink of an eye, the green robes that Su Zimo was wearing were drenched. Even so, he continued sitting where he was, upright with his eyes closed. He had a calm expression, as though he was indifferent towards everything. Not far away, Tang Yu looked at the green-colored figure with a dazed expression. A moment later, she snapped out of her stupor and glanced askance. "Uncle Liang, do you think he can survive for 15 minutes? It's difficult." Uncle Liang shook his head. The 3 mounted bandits aside, just the thousands of desperados they have with them are enough to tear that man apart. My brother will definitely make it. Standing beside Tang Yu, Su Xiaoning gripped her fists and said resolutely. Beside her, Night Spirit sprawled on the ground quietly, protecting Xiaoning in silence. On the long street, the rain grew heavier and the wind gusted more intensely. In that storm, the sounds of hooves could be heard from far away, intensifying in volume and clarity. Gradually, the hooves sounded like thunder. Even the storm could not cover up the surging killing intent coming from the end of the long street. Vaguely, 3 figures appeared in the misty rain, approaching from afar. It was the 3 mounted bandits. The ancient remnant beasts that all 3 of them rode on let out heavy panting sounds. With bloodshot eyes, they gave off a feral aura as they glared at the street corner keenly. Behind the 3 of them was a large army of mounted riders, coming with ferocity. At a glance, there were over 1,000 people. 1,000 desperados coupled with a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. This was a force not to be underestimated in the ancient battlefield, let alone Xuantian city. In reality, top factions like Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect were stronger than the 4 mounted bandits. However, there were many factions gathered within Xuantian city right now contending for the ruins of Elixir Pool Sect. No one was willing to provoke the 4 mounted bandits lest their strength was weakened for the contention of the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. At the street corner, Su Zimo was long drenched and his black hair was stuck together, looking absolutely wretched. 1,000 feet. 500 feet. The 3 mounted bandits were closing in and Su Zimo could even sense the stench coming forth from the mouths of their 3 ancient remnant beasts. However, he did not move still. Suddenly, when the 3 mounted bandits entered the vicinity of 300 feet, Su Zimo opened his eyes and a gigantic bow had appeared in his hands out of nowhere. He bent the bow and loaded the arrows. Bow like a full moon and arrows like shooting stars. Swoosh! 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 The sound of arrows tearing through the air was almost melded into one. That bow was none other than the Moon Concealment Bow, the quasi-connate spirit weapon. When 5 spirit patterns lit up on the bow in Su Zimo's hands, Lang Tan felt a sense of uneasiness. The next moment, a cold flash appeared before him, almost closing in. The speed of the arrow was too fast and any ordinary 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator would have been dead. However, Lang Tan's reaction was much faster than ordinary cultivators given his countless life and death experiences in the jungle. In a flash, he slanted his face sideways. A cold beam brushed by his cheek, cutting a blood wound. It was a close shave. He had dodged it. However, before Lang Tan could relax, his eyelids twitched and he saw another cold beam shooting over, aimed at his glabella. The second arrow was arriving and he had no chance to react at all. These were consecutive arrows. Lang Tan felt his hair stand on end. It was extremely lucky that he was able to dodge the first arrow. However, there was nothing he could do to evade this second arrow. Chapter 371, 10 Consecutive Arrows. Chapter 371, 10 Consecutive Arrows. Clang! Chai Li, who was beside Lang Tan, was the first to react. Withdrawing a long saber at his waist, his spirit energy surged and 7 spirit meridians lit up. With a holler and furious killing intent, Chai Li swung a reverse slash onto the incoming arrow. The cold light dissipated and the arrow was split into two. Su Zimo's gaze narrowed. It was extremely difficult if one wanted to stop an arrow that was tearing through the air. It was not just a test of one's eyesight and reaction, but also their accuracy as well as the timing of striking with the saber. Given Su Zimo's bloodline, arm strength and the fact that he was using a quasi-connate spirit weapon, the Moon Concealment Bow, that arrow was extremely powerful and even the strongest 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to deal with it. However, for Chai Li who was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, he was able to take on that arrow unscathed. That was the reason why 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators were terrifying. Be it in terms of reaction, speed or strength, they were significantly superior in all aspects. In reality, Chai Li was the one feeling shocked at the moment. Even though he had defended against that arrow, his palm felt like it was about to split and his wrist was a little numb. What did that mean? It meant that the power of that arrow was enough to threaten him. Suddenly, Chai Li realized that it was no wonder why Bao Yunfeng died. Before he was finished with his thought, the third arrow right after the second. The next moment, the fourth, fifth, sixth, and 10th arrows. 10 consecutive arrows enveloped the 3 mounted bandits. The storm poured and the arrow rain was incoming. Chai Li and Hu Meng's expressions changed starkly and they were no longer bothered to save Lang Tan as they scurried to protect themselves. Thanks to Chai Li's defense of the previous arrow, Lang Tan managed to catch some breathing space. He whipped out a saber with his left hand and crushed a protection talisman with his right. The moment the protection barrier was formed, the cold beam arrived. Snap! Cracks spread out on the surface of the protection barrier, it was pierced with a single arrow. Pust! Lang Tan's expression changed. The killing power of that single arrow was so terrifying. His protection talisman was one of the top-tier grade 2 talismans and could defend against a full-powered attack of a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. However, it was destroyed by a single arrow right now. Yet another flash of light shot through the misty rain and approached. By now, Lang Tan had nowhere to dodge with his protection talisman crushed. The only thing he could do was to grip his saber with both hands and slash forward with all his might. Clang! When the saber collided with the arrow, sparks flew everywhere and the saber was actually repelled. The cold light paused for a moment before it pierced through Lang Tan's chest, causing a bloody arrow to exit from the back. Lang Tan fell from his black bane wolf and his eyes gradually dimmed as his life force left his body. The entire process of Su Zimo opening his eyes, withdrawing the Moon Concealment Bow and loading it happened at almost the same time. He had only attacked and the 3 mounted bandits were within 300 feet. If the distance was too far, the power of the arrows would be reduced and they would be too slow, giving a longer reaction time to his opponents. If the distance was too near, a bow wouldn't be too useful. Around 300 feet or 100 meters was sufficient for Su Zimo. The arrows would be almost instant against the 3 mounted bandits who were charging over. Within 100 meters, the 10 consecutive arrows killed Lang Tan of the 4 mounted bandits on the long street. All the cultivators who saw it happen were secretly shocked. If they were in Lang Tan's place, it would be difficult for them to survive the 10 arrows as well. Not far away, Uncle Liang nodded. I've got to say that this person's trump cards are very strong and can even threaten 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. However, his flaws are obvious too. The advantage of a bow was in ranged combat. At melee distance, a bow was nothing but a burden. After the 10 arrows, the remaining 2 mounted bandits and thousands of mounted riders charged over and had already arrived before Su Zimo. Even if Su Zimo was in possession of a connate bow, it would be useless given such proximity, let alone the fact that the Moon Concealment Bow was only a quasi-connate spirit weapon. Next up was melee combat. The slightest mistake could lead to a decapitation. Die. Hu Meng was the first to arrive as he wielded a massive copper spear with a face on its tip and shone with 4 spirit patterns in his hands. It looked like it weighed 5 tons as Hu Meng swung it toward Su Zimo. The copper spear was so powerful that rain could not even fall through its arc of attack. Look! It's a 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Hu Meng has also advanced to 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment. 7 spirit meridians shone on the surface of Hu Meng's body. The remaining 2 of the 4 mounted bandits were both at 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment. Uncle Yang sighed. That Su Zimo is unlucky. A single 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivator is more than enough to kill him. To think that even Hu Meng has advanced to 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment. Standing behind Tang Yu was a man with a haughty expression. He crossed his arms and sneered, 15 minutes? He's not going to even last 10 breaths. That's not for sure, Tang Yu frowned. Xiaoning looked intently at the battlefield with slightly shivering arms, revealing the nervousness she felt. Sensing her emotions, Tang Yu glanced sideways and held Xiaoning's palm, nudging it slightly to comfort the latter. Xiaoning took a deep breath of air and gradually composed herself. Clang! The moment Hu Meng struck, Su Zimo put away his moon concealment bow and withdrew a gigantic blood-red saber from his storage bag. Blood Quencher arrived with a torrential killing intent. Ooh! Ooh! The bronze spear was considered as a special weapon. While it wasn't mobile, its advantage was in its might. Furthermore, the features on its face were extremely lifelike, resembling an enraged Vajra with formidable might that rattled one's heart. During a fight, cultivators will tend to meet one another's gaze every now and then. As long as they were slightly distracted and lost focus in their strength, they would practically be smashed to a pulp, without even a corpse left. Su Zimo was churning his bloodline and using his full might for each of the 10 consecutive arrows. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed one of the 3 mounted bandits head-on as well. But right now, Hu Meng had rushed over. This was the time when Su Zimo had just exhausted his strength and had yet to recover. All he could do was raise Blood Quencher to defend it in front of himself passively. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing echoed when the copper spear collided against Blood Quencher. Su Zimo's body trembled and he staggered 3 steps back. Right after, Chai Li did not give Su Zimo any breathing room and charged over on the black feather dole that he was riding on. He slashed his saber horizontally, aimed at Su Zimo's throat. Su Zimo raised his saber to defend once more. Clang! Once again, Su Zimo's body shook as though he was struck by an irresistible force. His body retreated and his feet dug through the ground, opening up 2 ravines that were filled with rainwater instantly. The difference in strength is too great. He's not a match for them at all. That's right. That person is going to die instantly once the 1,000-odd cultivators strike. I reckon that his internal organs are probably ruptured after receiving 2 blows from Chai Li and Hu Meng. He's probably putting on a strong front. Both sides had only exchanged a few blows, but it was enough to give many hints about the situation. Su Zimo was indeed disadvantaged on the surface. However, in reality, it was only because his energy had run out due to the consecutive arrows. His enemies had merely seized the opportunity while he was weak to strike, creating that false appearance of an advantage. In fact, the moment he received the second attack from Chai Li, Su Zimo's killing intent had already surged. He almost could not contain the demonic qi in his body and wanted to retaliate by bursting forth with his power of blood qi. Chapter 372, Fierce Battle in the Rain. Chapter 372, Fierce Battle in the Rain. Kill. Chai Li rode on the black feather dole with a venomous gaze that shone with a cruel glint. Waving his arms, he flew into the air and lunged toward Su Zimo. Roar. Squeak. On the ground, the black Bane wolf, Black Feather Dole and Rahu Tiger opened their mouths and let out deafening roars. All three of them were ancient remnant beasts and emanated boundless demonic chi. With massive bodies and sharp claws, they had already cultivated to the peak of foundation establishment. Splitting into three directions, the three ancient remnant beasts charged toward Su Zimo. It was especially so for the Black Bane Wolf. After witnessing its owner shot to death by this green-robed cultivator, the only thing it wanted to do right now was to rip this man's throat into pieces. In midair, Chai Li wielded his saber and descended from the skies along with Hu Meng and his copper spear. The 1,000-odd desperados had already charged forward, surrounding the place completely and leaving Su Zimo with no room to escape. Kill! 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 The desperados chanted furiously and attacked. Some of them summoned flying swords, some of them released spirit arts and others wielded sabers and axes. When they saw that, the spectators shook their heads and sighed to themselves. Even legacy disciples of factions such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect would not be able to escape an attack as such unscathed, let alone a 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator such as Su Zimo. Tang Yu's gaze was burning and fixed on Su Zimo the entire time. To her surprise, she could not spot the slightest bit of panic or fear on Su Zimo's face. In fact, there was a vague trace of excitement in those bright eyes of his. Su Zimo's lips were curled slightly, showing a faint smirk. He was smiling. What sort of a person is he? Tang Yu frowned slightly. She truly could not understand how Su Zimo could smile in such a deadly situation. Ha! 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 Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed into the skies, enunciating 3 resounding syllables. After his laugh, the rain around him seemed to be repelled by an invisible force as they spilled outwards. The surrounding desperados were shocked, the voice seemed to be rattling their minds, causing their visions to blur. Everyone's hands trembled. At that moment, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and his figure flashed. Before Chai Li and Hu Meng descended, he charged towards the 3 ancient remnant beasts. In that pouring rain, Su Zimo left behind a series of afterimages that lingered for a brief moment before vanishing in the raindrops. Even 3 beasts are thinking of taking my life? Roaring into laughter, Su Zimo did not hold back the disdain in his eyes as his bloodline churned, letting out the sound of tsunami, thunder and tigers and leopards that caused one to shiver. Against the 3 incoming ancient remnant beasts, Su Zimo slashed in reverse. The gigantic saber's blood beam expanded, engulfing the Rahu Tiger and Black Feather Dole within it. Right after, Su Zimo strode forward and slammed down, using his left fist as a seal and punching onto the Black Bane Wolf's head. The Black Bane Wolf's eyes shone with violence and it did not retreat nor dodge. Instead, it reached out at Su Zimo's throat with its sharp claws. The Black Bane Wolf was much bigger than Su Zimo in size. Under normal circumstances, before Su Zimo could even punch the Black Bane Wolf, the latter's claws would have already ripped his throat apart. The Black Bane Wolf's eyes shone with excitement. It could visualize the human before it being shred by its claws. All of a sudden, a change occurred on the battlefield. The instant the Black Bane Wolf lunged forward, Su Zimo's bones and tendons sounded together. His tendons expanded and contracted like a bowstring and echoed with vibrating sounds. Pang! 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 Su Zimo's arm expanded rapidly as he struck first, his fist transforming into a green-black seal that landed heavily onto the head of the Black Bane Wolf. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Among the spirit demons, wolves were said to have bronze skulls and iron bones. In other words, the head of a wolf was the toughest part of its body. But right now, the head of the Black Bane Wolf, an ancient remnant beast, was crushed by a single punch from Su Zimo. Its brain juice splattered as it gave a tragic shriek before dying on the spot. If the Black Bane Wolf was said to have a skull made of bronze and iron bones, Su Zimo's fist would be equivalent to a diamond that was indestructible and almighty. After killing the Black Bane Wolf with a single punch, the Black Feather Dhole and Rahu Tiger retreated against the sharpness of Blood Quencher. At this moment, the attacks of the other cultivators arrived. The two Seven Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators that posed the greatest threat to Su Zimo, Chai Li and Hu Meng, were charging forth once again with their respective weapons. A bloody battle had erupted completely. Clang! Clang! Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and summoned 18 supreme-grade flying swords, conjuring the Candlelight Sword formation right away. This time round, the Candlelight Sword formation was not used offensively, but completely defensively. The attacks of the 1,000-odd desperados were too concentrated and it was no longer possible to just rely on spirit perception. Cling! Clang! The circular sword formation spun and blocked the many incoming flying swords at the back. Fortunately, Su Zimo had advanced to 5 Meridian Foundation establishment and had a massive boost in his spirit energy. Otherwise, the Candlelight Sword formation would have dispersed after a short while under the countless spirit weapons and spirit arts. Swash! Su Zimo's figure flashed and he weaved between the concentrated attacks, dodging the strikes of Chai Li and Hu Meng. Barging right into the crowd, he wielded Blood Quencher and cleaved around him. Poof! 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 Su Zimo did not know any saber techniques at all. However, his bloodline was extremely strong and his strength was unparalleled. Coupled with the sharpness and weight of Blood Quencher, he overwhelmed every single location he was at. The bodies of those cultivators could not withstand the blood beam of the saber. Anyone that Blood Quencher touched was sliced into half with fresh blood pouring everywhere. Even if there were cultivators who could barely withstand the might of Blood Quencher thanks to their own spirit weapons, they were sent flying by the tremendous force transmitted by the sharp blade and their organs were ruptured before they even landed. Clang! Clang! Swinging Blood Quencher, Su Zimo clashed against Chai Li and Hu Meng head-on once more. This time round, Su Zimo did not budge a single step. His bloodline seemed to be boiling as he howled and took a step forward, slashing twice. Clang! Clang! Chai Li and Hu Meng's spirit energies churned rapidly in their dantians as they resisted Su Zimo's attacks. Their expressions did not change and the killing intent in their eyes merely intensified. Swoosh! An evil gust of wind blew. The Black Feather Dhole took advantage of the moment when Su Zimo was fighting Chai Li and Hu Meng to lunge forward, aiming for Su Zimo's back silently with its sharp claws. If the attack connected, Su Zimo's heart could be ripped out. Without even turning back, Su Zimo whipped backwards. His arm that was hard as a rock earlier on suddenly turned limp and flexible, like an elephant's trunk. With a swoosh, it struck the Black Feather Dhole on the head. Crack! 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 In front of everyone, the Black Feather Dhole's head spun a few rounds around its neck before coming to a stop. Its neck was snapped completely and it died on the spot. Seizing that opportunity, the Rahu Tiger charged and bit toward Su Zimo's neck. Su Zimo seemed like he had nowhere to run when all of a sudden, a gigantic pair of wings extended behind his back, shining with a bedazzling spirit light. The spirit wings flapped and Su Zimo rose into the air without anything beneath his feet. Shing! He was still a step too slow. Su Zimo's left leg was scratched by the Rahu Tiger's claws and a few cuts appeared on his robes with traces of blood vaguely shown beneath. He was injured. It was less than 15 minutes since the battle started and Su Zimo was already injured. Furthermore, Su Zimo's situation would only turn more dangerous the longer things dragged on. The rain was still pouring relentlessly. Chapter 373, Bloodstained Longstreet. Chapter 373, Bloodstained Longstreet. If any other cultivator received that attack, their legs might have been ripped off entirely. However, Su Zimo had an extremely strong physique. The moment the Rahu tiger's claws dug in, it was met with great resistance and it merely left behind a couple of wounds that were neither negligible nor fatal. The muscles on Su Zimo's legs shifted and patched both sides of the wounds, stopping the blood flow immediately. The strength of his physique was not merely in terms of raw power. His regeneration capabilities that even ancient remnant beasts would covet was what made Su Zimo so strong in sustained fights. Smacking his lips, Su Zimo's eyes had no trace of fear and were instead shining with fervor. The spirit wings flapped and Su Zimo's speed was at a maximum. Turning into a streak of light, he shot into the crowd and waved Blood Quencher, causing blood to spray all over the place. Cling! Clang! Countless spirit weapons were shattered into pieces. Many figures fell onto the long street one after another, coughing out mouthful of blood with not much longer to live. Swoosh! Hu Meng wielded his copper spear and descended from the skies, crushing toward Su Zimo's head with an evil gust of wind. Shadows of swords were still around, flickering coldly. Su Zimo had not much room to dodge at all. He could only rely on the spinning candlelight sword formation to guard his surroundings. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo turned around sharply and slashed upwards. Clang! The sound of metal clanging echoed deafeningly. Even the many desperados in the surroundings felt their ears hurt from the sound, let alone Su Zimo who was in the center of everything. Su Zimo's body shuddered and the stone slab beneath his feet shattered. Both his legs sank into the ground and he seemed much shorter all of a sudden. This time round, it was clear that Su Zimo was disadvantaged. In reality, if it was a one-on-one battle, Su Zimo's strength would not be weaker than Hu Meng even if the latter was a 7-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. However, apart from Hu Meng, Su Zimo was surrounded by 1,000-odd desperados, an ancient remnant beast and another 7-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Under such circumstances, it was already extremely fortunate that Su Zimo was able to hold out. This situation resembled that night in Mo's spirit weapon workshop when the 2 dying golden cores arrived to assassinate him. In truth, the strength of a golden core was more than enough to kill him. However, with the help of Night Spirit, Su Zimo made use of his opponent's underestimation of him, precise grasp of timing and environment, his blood-bone palm and various other factors to kill the golden cores instead. In a true battle, there was no way Su Zimo would have been a match for the golden cores, not even if he took on his demon form. The formation of a core was the first step of breaking free from the restrictions of heaven and earth and it was nothing to scoff at. Even golden cores in their twilight years were not people that Foundation establishment cultivators could go against, their powers and might were not to be trifled with. Right now, even if Su Zimo activated his bloodline, his strength was only enough to match Chai Li and Hu Meng. However, he was definitely disadvantaged with the addition of so many desperados attacking him continuously. Swash! A cold flash of light shot over. Su Zimo merely felt his vision blur and he could not identify where Chai Li's blade was. It was an extremely advanced saber technique. If Su Zimo had unlocked his eye orifice, his eye power would increase tremendously and he would be able to see through illusions, thus reading where Chai Li's blade was at. But right now, Su Zimo knew nothing about saber techniques and he could only retreat in the face of that attack. That single retreat caused many openings in Su Zimo's original defense to be exposed. At this moment when he was surrounded, the use of his spirit perception was almost negligible no matter how powerful it was. The pouring rain resembled the myriad of attacks, even if Su Zimo could sense them, he could not avoid everything. It was so crowded and intense that it was asphyxiating. Although he managed to dodge Chai Li's fatal attack, a few more wounds appeared on Su Zimo's body in the blink of an eye as his blood was washed away by the rain. He won't be able to hold on for much longer if this goes on. A body-tempered cultivator like him will definitely turn weaker as he loses more blood. His situation's only going to get worse. What a pity. That man truly does have the strength to go against the 4 mounted bandits, sigh. Tang Yu was motionless in the face of the remarks of the crowd, merely looking slightly worried. Su Xiaoning's gaze was fixed on that shrinking green figure battling within the crowd. Pursing her lips tightly, her vision was gradually blurred by a layer of misty rain. Corpses laid all around Su Zimo's feet in a terrifying sight. Despite the fact that he was being held up by 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators and the bombardment of 1,000-odd desperados, Su Zimo still managed to kill off more than 100 Foundation establishment cultivators with his terrifying melee combat strength. His green robes were almost stained red by this point. Su Zimo, surrender now and I can let you die with a full corpse. Chai Li's sinister voice sounded. Ah! Su Zimo burst into laughter. Chai Li, even if you surrender now, I won't leave you with a full corpse. I'm definitely going to chop your head off. Su Zimo, I'm going to mince you as revenge for my brother. Hu Meng roared. Kill him. Kill him. The desperados' eyes were bloodshot as they swarmed in. As time passed, the number of injuries on Su Zimo's body increased. Some of them had split open once more after healing up. The long street was dyed red with blood. Even the pouring rain could not wash away all the blood on the stone slabs. To everyone, Su Zimo was already sluggish right now. He was no longer as agile as he was earlier, and the candlelight sword formation that he had summoned was also swaying against the continuous attacks and could disperse at any moment. In fact, Su Zimo's spirit wings had already vanished due to his immense expenditure of spirit energy. He was at the end of the road. Uncle Liang shook his head. That lad's bound to die within 50 breaths. Tang Yu frowned and glanced askance at the cultivators behind her. She could still order Elixir Yang's sect to join the battle right now. However, they were bound to suffer immense losses if they were to enter at this moment. That would reduce their chances for the Elixir Pool Sect ruins contention even further. Personally, she wanted to help Su Zimo. However, she was the leader of Elixir Yang's Sect's expedition this time round. Every single decision she made had to be for the Sect's interests, and she could not take part in the battle right now. Heis. Tang Yu's eyes dimmed as she sighed internally. The omnipresent pain struck Su Zimo's nerves repeatedly and his mind was incomparably clear. I was still forced to this point in the end. The demonic chi within Su Zimo's body rumbled and his eyes shone with a scarlet glint. The moment he released his power of blood chi, Su Zimo would still retain human form. However, he would be shrouded by demonic chi and would resemble an ancient demon that descended into the world, increasing his strength by fold such that he would be able to slay 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Just as well. I'll kill to my heart's content today. Right as Su Zimo made up his mind to reveal his demonic cultivation and burst forth with his power of blood chi, a familiar voice sounded from outside the battlefield. Bro, you told me not to act on impulse. But today, I'm going to act on impulse. Right after, another voice came from another direction. Zimo, I'm not going to be your burden this time round. Immediately after that, a cold female voice sounded. I've just crafted a few new talismans. What a coincidence, I was looking to test them out. Chapter 374, Fighting Shoulder to Shoulder. Chapter 374, Fighting Shoulder to Shoulder. Upon hearing the 3 familiar voices, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly. It's them? Tang Yu was slightly shocked. The 3 of them were the cultivators that had followed Su Zimo into the city right from the start. Apart from the person called Ji Chengtian who was at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, the other 2 were at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment. Back then, Tang Yu thought it was a wise move for them to leave Xuantian city. Given their cultivation realms, it was only a matter of time before they were killed by the 1,000-odd desperados if they had remained in Xuantian city. However, Tang Yu did not expect that 3 out of the 4 people who had left would return. The haughty man behind Tang Yu sneered, "They've returned to Xuantian City despite knowing that they would die. How stupid." Even though most of the cultivators present harbored the same thoughts, hearing it aloud was extremely unpleasant. Yen Jun. Tang Yu frowned and turned back to chide softly. Although the cultivator named Yen Jun was a disciple of Elixir Yang's sect as well, he belonged to the battle hall of the sect. At 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, he was one of their core forces for the expedition to the ancient battlefield, and Tang Yu could not scold him too harshly. Yen Jun harumphed and said nothing more. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the sound, gentle yet resolute. "It's not stupidity, but loyalty." Xiaoning had a meek nature and would swallow her indignances even if she was wronged. It took immense courage for her to rebut as such. However, she truly could not let things go at the moment. For some reason, a sense of frustration surged through her as she gripped her fists tightly and glared at Yen Jun. "Someone like you will never know what loyalty means." Loyalty? Does that bullshit mean heading to death together? Yen Jun snorted and looked at Su Xiaoning mockingly. He smirked and continued coldly, "Since you know what loyalty is, how about you join them to die too, huh?" Yen Jun was a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator after all, who knew how much blood his hands were stained with for him to cultivate to such a point and enter the ancient battlefield. Xiaoning felt her heart sink when she met with Yen Jun's cold gaze and stumbled back half a step subconsciously. Right then, Night Spirit, who was sprawled on the ground, opened its eyes. Its pitch-black eyes emitted a dark glow that flickered. Instantly, the temperature around them dipped. All the cultivators present, including Uncle Liang, felt a chilling intent that sent shivers down their spines, as though they were targeted by some ancient and violent being that could rip them apart at any moment. Uncle Liang's heart skipped a beat. Yen Jun, who was initially haughty and fiery, felt his hair stand on end. An unprecedented shadow of death enveloped him, making him feel cold. Sensing Night Spirit's actions, Xiaoning hurriedly reached out and patted Night Spirit on its head with her petite hands, gesturing for it to not act recklessly. After all, Elixir Yang's sect was the only possibility within Xuantian City that might back Su Zimo up. If Night Spirit were to kill Yen Jun, it would be equivalent to pitting Elixir Yang's sect against Su Zimo. Night Spirit closed its eyes once more. Instantly, the surrounding chill vanished. It was as though everything everyone had felt earlier was merely an illusion. Many cultivators were confused and exchanged glances with lingering fear. Only a few people had noticed Night Spirit's actions earlier on. Uncle Liang took a deep meaningful glance at Night Spirit. Yen Jun shuddered and looked around, only heaving a sigh of relief, and looked more relaxed after discovering nothing. On the long street. Senior Brother Ji? Sister Leng Ro? Little Fatty's eyes were filled with surprise when he caught sight of Ji Qingtian, who was flapping with ethereal wings, and Leng Ro, who was charging in from another direction. It was the same reaction for Ji Qingtian and Leng Ro. This was a battle which they would most likely die, and no one could make the decisions for anyone else. None of them knew what the others thought and did not want to pressurize anyone else. That was the reason why they parted ways after leaving Xuantian City. But now, they had all returned telepathically to Xuantian City and chose to fight alongside Su Zimo. This was chemistry. Wielding a gigantic axe that shone with 4 spirit lights, Little Fatty charged into the crowd and chopped wildly in front of him. 6 spirit meridians shone on Little Fatty's rotund body. On the other side, Leng Ro threw out dozens of talismans and summoned her flying sword before charging into the battlefield with 6 spirit meridians shining from her body as well. 2 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Both of them were only at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment when they left Xuantian City. There was only a single possibility how the 2 of them advanced to 6 Meridian Foundation establishment in such a short period of time. Like Su Zimo, both Little Fatty and Leng Ro broke through to 5 Meridian Foundation establishment during this period of time. Right after, they consumed the Meridian Unlocking Elixir and advanced to 6 Meridian Foundation establishment right away. A pair of spirit wings appeared behind Ji Chengtian as he soared into the air bursting with laughter. 7 spirit meridians appeared imperceptibly beneath his robes. 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. Ji Chengtian had broken through as well. Given Ji Chengtian's endowment, he had a chance of breaking through to 7 Meridian Foundation establishment in the ancient battlefield. However, there was no way that could be accomplished so quickly. In other words, he made the same decision as Little Fatty and Leng Ro. He consumed the Meridian Unlocking Elixir. The 3 of them smiled at one another from the depths of their hearts. The Meridian Unlocking Elixir was only effective when consumed for the first time, and neither of them had intended to use it at their current cultivation realms. However, all of them made the same decision to consume it for this battle without discussing or informing one another beforehand. They gave up the chance of a high cultivation and abandoned their possibility of escaping just for this battle. Su Zimo understood. The moment he saw their return, he understood everything. However, even though he was emotional and his lips were quivering at this moment, he could not say a single word. "I'm here too." Suddenly, an honest-looking cultivator appeared on the battlefield. With a loud roar, he swung his metal rod and repelled 2 desperados. "Silly Jian." Little Fatty's heart skipped a beat when he heard that voice as he turned in disbelief. At this moment, all 4 of them who left Xuantian City had returned. A warm feeling surged through Su Zimo's heart when he saw that his injuries no longer felt as painful. There was no need for words or thanks. Understanding the fact that the 4 of them had never left and returned to fight shoulder to shoulder with him during the most critical juncture was more than enough. Ha ha ha. Finally, Su Zimo burst out into laughter. Ji Chengtian was laughing, as was Leng Ro, as was Little Fatty, as was Shi Jian. Amidst the flashing swords and entrapment, the 5 of them looked drenched and wretched. Yet, they were laughing wantonly in happiness from the bottom of their hearts. Someone teared, but in the blink of an eye, it was mixed with the rain and rolled down their cheek. "Silly Jian, you said that you're not silly, so why did you return?" Little Fatty asked. "I got lost," Shi Jian replied. Chapter 375, Stripped of their title. Chapter 375, Stripped of their title. "Bro, there's no way you're going to chase us away now." Little Fatty burst into laughter. By now, Little Fatty, Shi Jian and Leng Ro were already in the battlefield and were surrounded. Even if they wanted to retreat, there was no way for them to do so unless they wiped the desperados out. Even though Little Fatty, Leng Ro and Shi Jian were at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, their strength were similar to the desperados around them. It was especially so for Little Fatty and Leng Ro, who had just advanced to 6 Meridian Foundation establishment. Their roots were not stable yet and they could not compare to the other 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in terms of strength. The moment the 3 of them entered the battlefield, they were surrounded. Thankfully, Ji Chengtian was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment and could maneuver the battlefield with ease due to ethereal wings. Through his skillful mastery of sword wielding, he helped the 3 of them resolve multiple crises. The 4 of them were gradually gathered. There were a few times when Ji Chengtian wanted to break out of the entrapment to assist Su Zimo. However, Shi Jian and the others would be in immediate danger the moment he was slightly distracted. Nobody would be able to imagine the terror of being attacked by hundreds of fanatic desperados unless they experienced it personally. From all directions, the attacks fell like torrential rain relentlessly. That Ji Chengtian has just advanced to 7 Meridian Foundation establishment and is unable to use his full potential just yet. He's still weaker after all. That's right, even ants can kill an elephant in numbers. The return of those 4 isn't going to affect the situation much. They are merely delaying their deaths. Many cultivators discussed. Even though Xuantian and the others had returned to the battlefield and changed the situation, no one thought highly of them. After all, the numbers were still stacked against Su Zimo's group. However, everyone's impression towards Xuantian and the others changed with time. Huddled together, Xuantian, Leng Rou, Little Fatty and Shijian formed a triangular formation. As the strongest one, Xuantian took one corner. As a talisman master, Leng Rou had a seemingly infinite number of talismans in her storage bag. Furthermore, her fighting strength was strong as she decked out endless offensive, defensive and support-type talismans. As such, she took on another corner. Little Fatty and Shijian joined hands and formed the final corner. Their triangle formation was extremely stable and unyielding. With no obvious openings and constant changes, their chemistry was flawless and they managed to withstand the rushes of hundreds of desperados. On the contrary, there were desperados getting injured and dying all around the 4 of them. Su Zimo had led them to this place from the borders of the ancient battlefield and they had been through way too many battles and dangerous situations. Their journey had been arduous and filled with killing. This was a formation they were all too familiar with. Head over there and kill the 4 of them. Chai Li commanded swiftly. Before long, he and Hu Meng were the only ones left in front of Su Zimo. The appearance of Xuantian and the others had successfully lifted Su Zimo's burden by attracting the remaining desperados. At this point, a change had finally happened in the situation where the 4 mounted bandits faction was firmly supposed to win. The outcome of this battle was starting to turn obscure. Or rather, even if the 4 mounted bandits won, it would be a tragic victory and they would lose the strength to contend for the Elixir pool Sect ruins with the other factions. Hu Meng stood on the long street and looked at Su Zimo who was filled with blood with a deep hint of shock in his eyes. He truly could not imagine how this person was able to hold out to now with so many injuries. If he was in that situation, he might have died long ago. Su Zimo, you're at the end of the road now. You have at least 30 wounds on your body and you'll die just by bleeding. Stop struggling. Chai Li's voice was cold as he glared at Su Zimo keenly. As long as Su Zimo revealed an opening, Chai Li would strike and land a fatal blow. However, he was disappointed. Su Zimo's expression was calm as usual and there were no signs of fatigue on that elegant face of his, it was merely paler than before. The fighting intent in his eyes intensified and burned, even shimmering with a glint of excitement. Chai Li felt a little nervous instead. The 4 mounted bandits shall be stripped of their title today. Su Zimo smiled with a fervent killing intent. Clang! Clang! Blood quencher rang and the sound of metal clashing echoed all over the place. Roaring into the skies, Su Zimo strode forward and swung the massive sword, enveloping Chai Li and Hu Meng in his arc. With a torrential aura, there was no way he resembled someone that was injured. Clang! Clang! Blood quencher collided with the copper spear and saber as sparks flew while a deafening screech resounded. It was clear despite the rumbling thunder. Chai Li and Hu Meng shuddered and stumbled back half a step. This was the first time the 2 of them were forced back since the start of the battle. Again. Su Zimo burst into laughter and strode forward. With a bang, a gigantic ravine formed on the ground as the stone slabs on both sides were knocked up. Making an arc in midair, the blood beam of blood quencher intensified and descended upon the 2 of their heads. With nowhere to run, Chai Li and Hu Meng could only face it head-on again. Thud! 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 The 2 of them retreated once more with pale expressions. Suddenly, a layer of fear shrouded Chai Li and Hu Meng's hearts. The commotion caused by the battle was too great. The number of cultivators gathered increased and the major factions of Xuantian City were alerted as well. Successors of Puppet Sect and Thousand Cranes Sect arrived, watching the tragic battlefield on the long street with slight expressions. East side of Xuantian City. A luxuriously robed man stood in front of a mansion. Hands behind his back, he looked into the skies with a narrowed gaze. His eyes were clear, resembling glass. Senior Brother Pei. A cultivator of Glass Palace sped over in the rain. Arriving in front of the luxuriously robed man, he greeted with cupped fists. The 4 mounted bandits have returned and there's a massive battle on the long street. Victory is undecided for now. The luxuriously robed man was distracted and his eyes were dazed, as though he had heard nothing. A moment later, his expression changed as he turned slowly, frowning towards the Glass Palace cultivator. Undecided? Yes. The Glass Palace cultivator nodded. Lang Tan of the 4 mounted bandits was shot to death by Su Zimo right away. That person has a perfect spirit weapon in his possession and is extremely strong in melee combat. Thereafter, 4 people arrived and helped Su Zimo on the battlefield. Until now, the outcome is unclear. Su Zimo is fighting with the 2-7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators, Chai Li and Hu Meng, and it's hard to tell who is stronger. 5 of them managed to survive the mass attacks of 1,000-odd desperados up till now. And he's even holding his ground against 2-7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators? Interesting, interesting. The luxuriously robed man lowered his head and gazed at his long, slender fingers while murmuring. A moment later, his eyes shimmered as though he made up his mind about something, saying suddenly, "Get some men to accompany me to take a look." Understood. At the same time, in a palace at the west side of the city, a malevolent earth sect cultivator strode over briskly and knelt down in front of a blood-robed cultivator, reporting with a lowered head, "Fiend air, the 4 mounted bandits have suffered massive casualties in the battle on the long street. Su Zimo is not dead yet and the battle is still raging on with an undecided outcome." Suddenly, the black-robed cultivator opened his eyes with a momentary malevolent aura bursting from him as he asked with a narrowed gaze, "He managed to hold out till now?" After pondering for a moment, he stood up and gripped the bone spear in front of him before remarking coldly, "Let's go take a look." The battle on the long street had alarmed the entire Xuantian city. Chapter 376, Wrath of Thunder. Chapter 376, Wrath of Thunder. Dark clouds interweaved with occasional flashes of lightning, streaking through the heavens like electric pythons. The world flickered intermittently with bright flashes of light and darkness. Shadows filled the long street. The battle continued relentlessly and tragically. All the cultivators of both factions were already at the limits of their strength. Ji Qingtian and the other 3 were filled with injuries. While the triangle formation was still surviving, it was not going to last for much longer. On the other side of the battlefield, Su Zimo grew fiercer the longer the fight dragged on. He had managed to hold out till now thanks to his robust bloodline and terrifying physique, suppressing both Chai Li and Hu Meng instead. The situation was still undecided. Whichever side of the battlefield came out victorious first would affect the outcome of the entire situation. For Su Zimo, it was easy if he wanted to win this battle. He had a final trump card. Demon form. After taking on his demon form, the 2-7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators before him would be dead for sure. However, if he did that, he would not only become the mass target and face immense difficulties advancing in the ancient battlefield. Even if he returned to Tianhuang mainland, he would have to live an ignoble existence. Even Ethereal Peak would not want to retain an anomaly like him. Unless he had no other choice, Su Zimo did not want to take that option. As the leader of the 4 mounted bandits, Chai Li also recognized the circumstances and declared loudly, "Factions that are watching out there. As long as you're willing to help us kill the 5 of them, we swear that we'll assist you guys in the Elixir Pool Sect Ruins contention." "That's right." Hu Meng shouted as well, we will be immensely grateful to the cultivators that are on our side. If anyone manages to kill Su Zimo, I'll offer a meridian unlocking elixir as thanks." The moment he said that, an uproar broke out. Initially, the factions and cultivators were merely here to watch the show. But now, some of them were tempted. "Look! Pei Chunyu of Glass Palace has arrived with his men. There. The fiend heir of malevolent Earth Sect, Xuantian, has arrived as well." The gathering of multiple top factions on the long street of Xuantian City added an additional layer of complexity to the situation. Su Zimo's eyes shone murderously when he sensed the commotion around him. He had to end this battle as quickly as possible. Otherwise, there was a high chance that the 5 of them would end up as sacrificial offerings for the contention between the top factions. Other than taking on his demon form, what other methods did he have that could slay the 2-7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators as soon as possible? Su Zimo thought fervently. All of a sudden, a thick thunderbolt landed on the long street, opening up a huge, charred pit that flickered with lightning. This was the might of the universe that no one could go against. The rumbling of thunder was only heard a moment later at the edge of the horizon. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Without hesitation, he strode forward and the stone slab beneath his feet exploded, shooting gravel all over the place. The immense rebound caused him to soar into the air. Wielding Blood Quencher up high with both arms, he channeled the mental sutra of Void Thunder Manual and his blood churned with the rumbling of thunder, forming a harmony with the thunder in the skies. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sound of thunder intensified and arrived from the edge of the horizon in a terrifying manner, as though thousands of carriages were riding across the firmaments. Crackle! In the skies of Xuantian City, endless lightning flashes and interweaved. In the blink of an eye, it resembled a sea of lightning that shone with a divine light. In the face of that sea of lightning, Su Zimo's leap attracted everyone's gazes. At that moment, he was in the midst of the sea of lightning with a torrential aura, resembling the only true god in the universe that was unparalleled. Snap! A thick blue thunderbolt descended and struck Blood Quencher. Lightning coiled all around that grisly red blade like countless small snakes climbing in a frightening manner. Take my slash! Su Zimo's holler was like thunder that boomed everywhere. Bathed in lightning, Su Zimo swung Blood Quencher that was shining brightly with lightning and descended from the skies, encompassing Chai Li and Hu Meng. That single slash possessed the might of the universe and the power of thunder that struck was horrifying. Before the blade even arrived, Chai Li and Hu Meng were already scared out of their wits. How could any human defend against that slash? That was clearly the wrath of thunder. Ah! With nowhere to run, Hu Meng could only yell. He bit the tip of his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of blood on the eyes of the face on his copper spear. The eyes of the face shone with 2 blood beams and its body lit up with a sacred radiance. Gritting his teeth, Hu Meng raised his copper spear and welcomed the incoming Blood Quencher. Boom! The weapons collided resoundingly as though the entire world shook for that brief moment. Hu Meng seemed to have turned shorter as a gigantic crack appeared beneath his feet. After a moment, his body shuddered and he was wrapped with the power of thunder. Spitting out a mouthful of blood with dimmed eyes, he was sent flying. The copper spear was also repelled by Blood Quencher and smashed against Hu Meng's chest heavily. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. A 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was injured. Not only that, Blood Quencher's momentum carried on and continued to slash against Chai Li's saber. Clang! Chai Li's expression changed as his palm cracked and bled, losing his grip on his saber. Pushing against his heels, Chai Li retreated backwards 100 feet away. His face was pale and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Of the 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators, one was severely injured on the ground and the other retreated in defeat. That was how terrifying the might of that slash was. Pei Chunyu of Glass Palace and Shui Yang of Malevolent Earth Sect arrived just in time to witness that, and their pupils contracted with a hint of shock. If they were the recipients of that slash, they might not be able to escape unscathed either. The other cultivators were dumbfounded and gasped. Chai Li no longer dared to stay any longer. If Hu Meng had not defended the first strike, his organs would have been ruptured from that slash. Without turning back, he fled out of the city. His eyes shone with boundless hatred as he yelled, "Su Zimo, someday, I'll definitely make you pay for what you did today." Chai Li was absolutely confident that he could get out of Xuantian city. Thanks to Su Zimo's slash, the distance between them was increased and there was no way Su Zimo would be able to catch up to him since they were both at the end of their roads. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed. Chai Li felt his heart skip a beat. He turned back instinctively and a cold, blinding light approached him at an extremely fast speed. In that light, he caught sight of a figure standing far away with blood quencher dug into the mud beside him. That figure wielded a moon-colored gigantic bow and had just placed it down. Su Zimo's voice sounded. "Someday? I've already told you, the 4 mounted bandits shall be stripped of their title today." Poof! 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 The arrow pierced flesh and blood flashed. Chai Li's body was pierced by 10 arrows and he collapsed at the end of the long street, lifeless and dead. At the same time, Su Zimo put away his moon concealment bow and arrived beside Hu Meng with his blood quencher. Laying in the mud, Hu Meng was still coughing blood that was washed away by the rainwater, his gaze was scattered. Looking down, Su Zimo's eyes were cold. The next moment, a saber beam flashed. A massive head rolled on the ground. The 4 mounted bandits were buried in Xuantian city. Chapter 377, Famous. Chapter 377, Famous. The outcome of the battle had surpassed everyone's expectations. In less than 15 minutes, the 3 mounted bandits that had returned to the city were already dead with their blood staining the long street. There were even 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators among them. That final thunder slash was an eye-opener for many cultivators as they felt an incomparable shock both visually and mentally. Countless gazes were fixed on that figure on the long street, wielding a saber and stained with blood. Their expressions were complex, some shocked, some fearful, some in awe and some in scrutiny. Instantly, everyone realized that from this day forth, there would definitely be a place for this man in Xuantian city. He was now famous after a single fight. This was something that the disciples of Elixir Yang's sect had not expected. Tang Yu was originally waiting for the prearranged timing to charge in with the cultivators under her charge and rescue Su Zimo's group. However, nobody expected the situation to turn entirely in the blink of an eye. Both mounted bandits were dead. Despite his experience and calmness, Uncle Liang was stunned. A 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator had killed 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators on the spot. They were a full 2 cultivation realms above him. This wasn't the first time that Uncle Liang had come across a paragon talent as such. However, people as such were extremely rare and usually belonged to the top factions of Tianhuang mainland. What was the background of Su Zimo? He was not even carrying a sect badge, so he definitely wasn't a legacy disciple of the super sections. Furthermore, there were no traces of techniques inherited from super sects and top factions from Su Zimo. For super sects such as the 9 Immortal Sects, 7 Fiend Sects and the 6 Buddhist monasteries, each of them had their own cultivation techniques and secret skills that their disciples were bound to use in life and death bouts. As such, they were easily recognizable. However, Su Zimo's capabilities. While his pair of spirit wings were extraordinary and his sword formation was stunning, none of them were the key to why he was able to kill cultivators above his level. The reason why that person was able to kill beyond his level was entirely because of that terrifying physique that resembled a pure-blooded ferocious beast. In Tianhuang mainland, there were not many sects that specialized in body tempering among the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sections. Glass Palace was one of them, but it was clear that this man had nothing to do with them. Could there be hidden sects or reclusive masters apart from the top factions who could groom such a terrifying paragon? Yet, why was the cultivation technique that could build such a physique unknown? For the first time, Uncle Liang felt that he could not make out Su Zimo anymore. Right then, a decisive look flashed through Tang Yu's eyes as she waved and said in a deep voice, "Elixir Yang Sect, listen up. Follow me and kill the survivors of the 4 mounted bandits. Leave no one alive." Before she finished speaking, Tang Yu was the first to summon her flying sword and charge into the battlefield. Uncle Liang did not have time to think and quickly followed. The 1,000-odd Elixir Yang Sect cultivators at the back swarmed forward as well, charging towards the remaining desperados. Although the desperados did not fear death, the death of Chai Li and Hu Meng was still a huge blow to them mentally. Coupled with the intense battle that they had just been through, they were thoroughly exhausted. The assault of the vigorous cultivators of Elixir Yang Sect engulfed them entirely. Some of the desperados broke down and shrieked while running out of the city. However, they barely took a couple of steps when they were killed on the spot. One side was severely injured and worn out while the other side was filled with life and vigor. It was obvious who was stronger. The outcome of the battle was already decided. With the death of the 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators, Elixir Yang Sect no longer had any reservations. On the long street, Ji Qingtian, Little Fatty and Shi Jian collapsed sitting on the ground, laughing out loud. Their laughter tugged at the wounds on their bodies and the 3 of them gasped in pain. However, they continued laughing non-stop. With Xiaoning's support, Ling Rou managed to stand barely. At that moment, there was a rare smile on her face that was extremely captivating. "We survived?" Shi Jian scratched his head and looked at Ji Qingtian and Little Fatty, smiling foolishly in disbelief. "That's right." Ji Qingtian let out a long breath and lamented, "We survived. The feeling of being alive is fucking great." Little Fatty cursed and beamed brightly. When they returned to Xuantian City, the 4 of them had already cast aside all thoughts of surviving. Now that they were celebrating the joy of surviving the calamity, every single breath felt incomparably blessed. After this battle, the friendship between the 4 of them changed considerably. This was a friendship forged through life and death and the baptism of blood. It was extremely precious in the cultivation world. Looking at this scene, Su Zimo smiled faintly and a warm feeling surged into his heart, remaining for a long time. Unknowingly, the heavy rain had stopped. The storm came and went quickly. The dark clouds dispersed and sunlight spilled onto the long street and the 5 of their faces, radiant with life. It wasn't only Su Zimo. From this day forth, the other 4 of them were going to be famous throughout Xuantian City as well. As Elixir Yang Sect took action, the other factions joined hurriedly as well. Thousand Crane Sect, Puppet Sect and some cultivators of different factions all wanted a piece of the pie. Suddenly, a black-robed cultivator walked over slowly. Wielding a bone spear that had vague blood traces, he was extremely terrifying. He arrived before Su Zimo and stood still. The actions of the black-robed cultivator attracted countless gazes. "It's him. The fiend heir of malevolent Earth Sect. What does he want? I don't know. He doesn't seem friendly." Ji Qingtian and the others were no longer smiling, looking grim. They could sense a strong and dangerous aura coming from the black-robed cultivator. This man was extremely strong. In fact, a thought crossed their minds: even if they were at peak condition and joined forces, they were no match for this person. The black-robed cultivator glared at Su Zimo for a moment without saying anything. Su Zimo was expressionless. Very good. The black-robed cultivator nodded and declared proudly, I am Xuantian, the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect. You are very decent. I'll give you a chance. Join Malevolent Earth Sect and be my personal bodyguard. Xuantian and the others were stunned. One of the 7 fiend sects, Malevolent Earth Sect. This was one of the top factions of Tianhuang mainland, but it was a fiend sect and was different from their Dao. Furthermore, this fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect was arrogant and commanding in his tone. He even had a condescending attitude that was truly unpleasant. Xuantian and the others looked at Su Zimo nervously. Given their understanding of Su Zimo, there was a high chance that the latter would reject the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect. However, given the fiend heir's temperament and methods, he would definitely turn murderous and attack Su Zimo once he was rejected. After that intense battle, Su Zimo was now at his weakest. How could he be a match for the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect? Was he going to meet with another calamity after surviving a life-and-death battle? True enough. Su Zimo smirked. What's Malevolent Earth Sect? I haven't heard of you guys. Also, fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect? What the shit? What's so great about you? All the cultivators were shocked when they heard that. Many cultivators looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a dead man. In truth, Su Zimo was not spouting nonsense. Back then, a fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect died in his hands. In the fiend sects, every cultivation realm could only have a single fiend heir. Therefore, if Su Zimo hadn't killed the previous fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect, this Xuantian would not have been able to get his current position. Chapter 378, Killing Intent. Chapter 378, Killing Intent. Xuantian's expression darkened instantly. His gaze narrowed and the bone spear in his hands quivered like it was alive, giving off a malevolent aura that rattled one's heart. Suddenly, a chuckle came not far away. Xuantian, you're so awesome. A luxuriously robed man strode over. He had beautiful features and his black hair was bundled up without any loose ends. Bearing crystal clear eyes, he was flawless from head to toe. Xuantian's expression was unchanged when he saw that man, but there was a hint of caution deep in his eyes. Glass Palace. I think that's the legacy disciple of Glass Palace, Pei Chunyu. So, that's him. It's said that he's at the peak of 7 Meridian Foundation establishment and is a step away from breaking through to 8 Meridian. He's just waiting to obtain a Meridian unlocking elixir from the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. The crowd discussed. Arriving beside Su Zimo, Pei Chunyu gestured towards the former with a nod and a friendly smile before turning to Xuantian. Xuantian, you'll be going against Glass Palace if you make things difficult for fellow Daoist Su. Fu. Xuantian laughed coldly and asked, since when did this punk have anything to do with Glass Palace? If he was related to you guys, would you have allowed the 4 mounted bandits to attack him and only appear now? No matter what, you're from the fiend sects and we're from the immortal sections. The paths we pursue are different to begin with. Pei Chunyu replied icily, Xuantian, don't waste your efforts. Fellow Daoist Su is clearly righteous and will definitely not be associated with you guys from the fiend sections. In the blink of an eye, these 2 top cultivators of Xuantian City were in an argument because of Su Zimo. After becoming famous through that battle, these 2 factions are now trying to rope in Su Zimo. That's right. This man's potential is not to be underestimated as he's able to kill 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Whoever manages to take him in will definitely have use for him in the future. Given this man's endowment, there's even a chance for him to leave the ancient battlefield with Pei Chunyu and join Glass Palace. Many cultivators looked at Su Zimo with envy. With an indifferent expression, Su Zimo suddenly said, both of you can leave now. There's no need to waste your breath here, I won't join either side. The moment he said that, the atmosphere turned freezing. The initially noisy chatter faded as well. Everyone's gazes landed on Su Zimo, some in shock, some in surprise, some confused. This was an extremely rare opportunity that anyone else would agree to readily. However, this man had rejected the invitation of two top factions right in front of everyone. Furthermore, Su Zimo's tone was extremely discourteous with a hint of irritation and disdain. Isn't this man way too arrogant? Fufu, he thinks that he can reign supreme in the city just because he killed 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators? This guy clearly has a death wish. I want to see what happens to him now that he's offended 2 top factions. In reality, among the crowd, Ji Chengtian and the others were probably the only ones who could understand Su Zimo's mind. First, he had an agreement with Elixir Yang Sect. Second, be it Malevolent Earth Sect or Glass Palace, both of them merely wanted to recruit Su Zimo without giving anything in return. At this moment, the cultivators of Elixir Yang Sect were still trying their best to wipe out the survivors of the 4 mounted bandits. However, these 2 factions wanted to rope in Su Zimo without losing any resources at all. Most importantly, Ji Chengtian and the others could not sense the slightest bit of sincerity from both Pei Chunyu and Shuiyang. Although Pei Chunyu was polite, there was a condescending arrogance in his tone. This man looked down on Su Zimo from the bottom of his heart. Rather than an invitation, it was more like he was doing charity. If Ji Chengtian and the others could sense it, Su Zimo understood it even better. That was why he rejected them without second thought. Fufu, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Shuiyang burst into laughter and looked at Pei Chunyu mockingly, saying in a casual tone, seems like it was just a one-sided muse on your end. Interesting. A dark look flashed through Pei Chunyu's eyes. Su Zimo's reply was akin to disrespecting him in front of everyone. What was his status and position given the fact that he was a legacy disciple of Glass Palace? Coupled with Shuiyang's taunting, Pei Chunyu's killing intent surged. Maintaining his smile, he asked again gently, fellow Daoist Su, I didn't hear you right. Could you repeat yourself? Although Pei Chunyu was smiling and his tone was gentle, Ji Chengtian and the others felt chills run down their spines. In other words, what he meant was that he was going to give Su Zimo another chance. If Su Zimo did not appreciate the chance, Pei Chunyu was going to kill him. This man had both the rights and the strength to do it. Ji Chengtian and the others were worried and could merely hope that Su Zimo would hold back temporarily instead of offending 2 top factions out of indignance. Everyone felt that Su Zimo wouldn't be a match for Pei Chunyu even if he was at his peak condition, let alone now when he was at his weakest after going through an immense battle and filled with injuries. As a legacy disciple of one of the immortal sects, Glass Palace, Pei Chunyu wasn't someone in the same league as the 4 mounted bandits. Ji Chengtian and the others looked at Su Zimo nervously. All of a sudden, Su Zimo smiled. You didn't hear me? Let me simplify things and repeat it once more. After a slight pause, Su Zimo opened his mouth and spat out 2 words that shocked the world. Get lost. The moment he said that, the surroundings fell completely silent. Many cultivators looked at that bloodied figure with agape mouths and shocked expressions as a single word filled their minds, lunatic. For some reason, Ji Chengtian and the rest felt relieved instead. This was the true Su Zimo. This wasn't someone that would submit to injustice. It was as Su Zimo had said in the past, I cultivate so as to go all out to exact revenge. I cultivate as I believe in an eye for an eye. Pei Chunyu's triggered killing intent naturally could not hide from Su Zimo's spirit perception. Since that was the case, there was no way Su Zimo would be nice to this guy. The only reason why Su Zimo dared to challenge Pei Chunyu was because of his demon form. This was a trump card that he would not use unless he had no other choice. Otherwise, Su Zimo would have struck first the moment Pei Chunyu's killing intent was triggered instead of wasting time saying so much to the latter. Pei Chunyu was stunned for a moment. Clearly, he hadn't expected such a reaction from Su Zimo. Or rather, he hadn't expected that Su Zimo would dare have such a reaction. Fu. Pei Chunyu laughed deeply. There was a metallic sound in his voice that was extremely piercing. A moment later, he put away his smile and his palm that was originally behind his back slumped downwards. It was shrouded with a jade-like radiance that was sparkling and crystalline. I admire your immense potential. However, his eyes turned cold as he changed the topic. Since you can't be used by me, I'll have to destroy you. Chapter 379, Secret Loss. Chapter 379, Secret Loss. This person is under my protection. Just as everyone thought that Su Zimo's death was certain, a voice rang out from his side in an unquestionable tone. Not far away, a sword beam sped over. On it was a handsome man with eyes that resembled a painting. It was Tang Yu from Elixir Yang's sect who liked to dress up as a man. When everyone's attention was focused on Tang Yu, an obscure glint flashed across Pei Chunyu's eyes as he gripped his fist suddenly and struck. The punch was aimed at Su Zimo's chest at an extremely fast speed. 5 spirit lights shone on the surface of his fist and it burst forth like a blazing sun that had a blinding radiance. 5 spirit patterns, it was a perfect spirit weapon. Pei Chunyu was wearing a perfect-grade glove on his hand that was as thin as a cicada's wings and almost transparent. If not for the fact that he had channeled spirit energy into it, the glove would have been extremely difficult to detect. It was a killing blow. Watch out! Tang Yu's expression changed as she yelled. Pei Chunyu and Su Zimo were so close that they could reach one another just by extending their hands. Tang Yu could almost imagine the scene of a gory hole being punched out of Su Zimo's chest. The punch was completely without warning, like a sneak attack, and it was swift as lightning. No one was able to react to it, apart from Su Zimo. There was no wonder why Pei Chunyu was a legacy disciple of Glass Palace and a top-tier foundation establishment cultivator. His timing to strike was practically perfect. Tang Yu's appearance had diverted even Su Zimo's attention. That brief moment of distraction was all the time it took for Pei Chunyu to strike. If not for his spirit perception, Su Zimo would have died from that punch. However, despite his spirit perception, Su Zimo was still a step slower and could not whip out his blood quencher to defend. Instead, he could only take the attack head-on with his bare fists. Tang Yu's eyes dimmed when she saw that. Although Su Zimo managed to react, the outcome wouldn't be changed by much. To begin with, Pei Chunyu's cultivation realm was 2 levels above Su Zimo. Furthermore, Glass Palace's body tempering technique was renowned through Tianhuang mainland. Pei Chunyu could only be stronger than Su Zimo, there was no doubt. More importantly, Pei Chunyu's glove was a perfect spirit weapon and Su Zimo was using his bare hands. To Tang Yu, it was almost certain that Su Zimo would be punched to death in this exchange. If he was lucky and managed to survive, his arm would be crippled and that would diminish his combat strength, ending his cultivation path at this point. Bang! Their fists collided with a dull thud of defeat. The brilliance on the perfect spirit weapon vanished. Pei Chunyu did not move. Su Zimo's body shuddered and he staggered back 3 steps before coming to a stop. Instinctively, he was in the stance of plow heaven stride for every single step and shifted his center of gravity, etching 3 deep footprints on the ground, shaking the earth. Su Zimo's fist was badly mutilated, revealing the bones within. However, those were not white, but blood-red bones. Everyone watched with agape mouths as their eyeballs nearly popped out in disbelief. He was not dead. His arm was not crippled either. His fist was merely bleeding and slightly injured. How was that possible? Even a superior-grade spirit weapon would be smashed into pieces against that punch, yet, how was it possible that Su Zimo's bare body? All the cultivators were completely stunned. If they had not witnessed it personally, none of them would believe what just happened. The fiend heir of malevolent Earth Sect, Xuantian, frowned slightly as he looked at Su Zimo's right hand thoughtfully. Pei Chunyu's pupils constricted as he retracted his hand without a trace and placed it behind his back. He. Suddenly, Su Zimo burst into laughter as he looked at the hand that Pei Chunyu retracted. Apart from him, no one else knew what happened at the exact moment of the clash. Although Su Zimo's physique was strong, there was definitely no way he could withstand the might of a perfect spirit weapon. At that moment, even if he took on demon form, Su Zimo's strength would only be raised by a level and he wouldn't be able to defend against the perfect spirit weapon still. It was like when a child turned into an adult and had his strength increased by folds. However, his body wouldn't be able to withstand the sharpness of a blade still. But, there was a part of Su Zimo's body that was very special. His right hand. His right hand was covered with flesh on the surface. However, the flesh wrapped a blood-bone palm of unknown origins that was indestructible, even the sharpness of Blood Quencher couldn't sever it. During that exchange, Pei Chunyu's strength gained the upper hand and he managed to knock Su Zimo 3 steps backwards. However, in reality, Su Zimo did not receive too much damage and merely suffered flesh wounds. As for Pei Chunyu, he suffered a secret loss and was in unbearable pain. Nobody noticed that Pei Chunyu's retracted hand was trembling under the cover of his robes. The feeling of punching a steel board wasn't one that was pleasant. In that short while, Tang Yu had already arrived and descended between the two of them with Uncle Liang close behind. Fellow Daoist Su, are you all right? Tang Yu was befuddled and looked at Su Zimo behind her. She could not help but ask in a hesitant tone. It's fine. Su Zimo nodded. Are you truly fine? Tang Yu withdrew an elixir from her storage bag and whispered, don't force yourself. Are you injured internally? Take this elixir and stabilize your wounds first. Su Zimo smiled calmly and shook his head to reject. Pei Chunyu, what do you mean by that? Tang Yu spun around and questioned with a sharp gaze, I've already said that he's under the protection of Elixir Yang's sect and yet you attacked him? Foo. Pei Chunyu scoffed lightly and replied in an indifferent tone, I was merely curious seeing how fellow Daoist Su has a strong physique and extraordinary melee combat strength. It was just a mere spar. Why are you so anxious, fellow Daoist Tang Yu? Spar? Tang Yu sneered. That punch was clearly out to take Su Zimo's life. Previously, he was chided and shamed by Su Zimo. Now that he had taken another secret loss, there was no way Pei Chunyu would give up, he would still look for more opportunities to kill Su Zimo here. The person before him, Tang Yu, was nothing to be fearful of. However, a hint of caution appeared in Pei Chunyu's eyes when he caught sight of the elderly man behind Tang Yu. Taking a deep breath of air, Pei Chunyu sighed internally. Now that Elixir Yang's sect was involved, it was unlikely that he would be able to kill Su Zimo today. Furthermore, the fiend heir of malevolent Earth Sect was watching coldly from the sidelines. This was not the right time to engage in a conflict with Elixir Yang's sect. Otherwise, malevolent Earth Sect might stand to gain from their disagreement. At that thought, Pei Chunyu cupped his fists towards Tang Yu and eyed Su Zimo deeply before saying with a fake smile, fellow Daoist, there's still a long way to go. There'll definitely be another chance for us to spar in the future. Pei Chunyu placed emphasis on the word spar. Smiling faintly, Su Zimo replied indifferently, I'll take your dog life the next time we spar. Ha ha ha. Pei Chunyu threw his head back and roared into laughter. Good. I'll be waiting. With that, he flicked his robes and turned to leave along with the other Glass Palace cultivators. On the other side, Xuantian followed suit. In the blink of an eye, 2 top factions in Xuantian City disappeared completely, as if they never appeared. Ji Qingtian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, all 4 of them were already drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 380, Elixir Pool Sect. Chapter 380, Elixir Pool Sect. On the long street, the remaining desperados fled in all directions, unable to resist. They were no longer a threat. It was also fortunate that Tang Yu had returned. Otherwise, another bloody battle would definitely break out if Su Zimo took on demon form, and the consequences would be unimaginable after everything spiraled out of control. Tang Yu took out some elixirs from her storage bag and handed them to Ji Qingtian and the others. The four of them did not decline. Even though they also had healing elixirs in their storage bags, their effects were definitely not comparable to those from Elixir Yang Sect. When it was Su Zimo's turn, he merely took a glance and shook his head gently, choosing not to take them. "What's wrong?" Tang Yu asked confusedly. "Your injuries aren't minor and these elixirs will help your recovery immensely. Don't worry, Elixir Yang Sect's elixirs are definitely the best in Tianhuang mainland." Tang Yu was not wrong, the elixirs she took out were all of decent quality at superior grade. However, Su Zimo stuck to a principle ever since he started cultivating: he would only consume perfect-grade elixirs. The reason was because perfect-grade elixirs had pure medicinal effects without any impurities. Su Zimo would not be tempted by supreme-grade elixirs, let alone those at superior grade. He smiled and declined politely without explaining. While Su Zimo seemed like he was severely injured in the battle with more than 30 wounds and blood covering him from head to toe, in reality, his foundation was unharmed. His organs were perfectly fine, as were his tendons and bones. In just a short while, Su Zimo's wounds were already starting to heal and had stopped bleeding. Given his terrifying regeneration capabilities, he could recover in just a few days. Xuantian City could be divided into 4 generic districts. The east side of the city was occupied by Glass Palace, west by Malevolent Earth Sect and south by the Heretical Doctrines. The cultivators in the north side were Messier. Originally, the 4 mounted bandits were the strongest apart from Elixir Yang Sect and Thousand Crane Sect. However, the 4 mounted bandits were dead and most of the desperados were buried on the streets, with only a minority that managed to escape from Xuantian City. Worn out, injured and filled with the stench of blood, it was most likely that those desperados wouldn't be able to last a single night outside before they were devoured whole by the various ferocious beasts and ancient living beings out there. With the 4 mounted bandits gone, the north side of the city was now controlled by Elixir Yang Sect and Thousand Crane Sect. Before the bloody battle on the long street, Tang Yu had already valued Su Zimo highly and had an agreement with him to deal with the 4 mounted bandits. At that point of time, this agreement seemed fanatic and irrational. But now, everyone realized that Elixir Yang Sect had benefited massively. They managed to recruit somebody like Su Zimo who was both strong and possessed terrifying potential without losing much resources. Furthermore, the 4 mounted bandits were destroyed. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 10 days later. City's north, meeting hall of Elixir Yang Sect. By now, Ji Qingtian and the others were almost healed up and Su Zimo had completely recovered a couple of days ago. Su Zimo's group of 6, Tang Yu, Uncle Liang and a cultivator of Elixir Yang Sect's battle hall, Yan Jun, were gathered. "Everyone, the reason why I gathered you guys here is to discuss information about an ancient ruin," Tang Yu said in a deep voice. "Since I've requested for your help, I'll divulge everything I know without holding back any secrets." Su Zimo's group nodded, all of them could sense Tang Yu's sincerity. During this period of time, Elixir Yang Sect provided a considerable number of high-quality elixirs to help Ji Qingtian and the others with their recovery. In truth, this ruin is related to a major sect back in the ancient era named Elixir Pool Sect. It was clear that the sect had something to do with elixir refinement through its name alone. Indeed, Tang Yu continued, Elixir Pool Sect was extremely famous back in the ancient era and was the foremost elixir refinement sect in Tianhuang mainland. The founder master of our Elixir Yang Sect was an elixir refinement master back in Elixir Pool Sect. Su Zimo's group felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard that. If an Elixir refinement master of Elixir Pool Sect could create a sect, Elixir Yang Sect, that turned out to be one of Tianhuang Mainland's 4 unorthodox groups, one could only imagine how strong Elixir Pool Sect was back in the days. The ruins of Elixir Pool Sect are extraordinary. Tang Yu said with a grim expression, not only will there be a large amount of elixirs within, there will also be many elixir recipes that have been lost. Su Zimo nodded silently. Many things have been lost through the times from the ancient era till now. The reason why the Meridian Unlocking Elixir was so precious was because its recipe had been lost for a long time. One could only imagine the outcome of finding the recipe of the Meridian Unlocking Elixir in the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. Of course, apart from elixir recipes, in the ruins of some sects, there's also a chance of obtaining their inheritance if one is extremely lucky. These inheritances are much more precious than elixir recipes. However, the probability of that happening is extremely low, unless one has a token from Elixir Pool Sect and can obtain the sect's recognition. Tang Yu chuckled bitterly. However, if elixir recipes can be lost from sects from the ancient era, there's no way tokens can remain. The mention of that had Su Zimo's heart skipping a beat. Instinctively, Xiaoning looked toward Su Zimo with an odd expression, wanting to say something but stopped. Su Zimo lowered his head and pretended not to see. In truth, the both of them thought of something at the same time. The mysterious elixir furnace in Xiaoning's possession. Ever since they entered the ancient battlefield, it had been giving off unusual reactions. That was also the reason why Su Zimo brought Xiaoning in this direction. Now that they knew more about the Elixir Pool Sect ruins, it was only natural that they would relate it to the elixir furnace. However, this was an extremely sensitive issue. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing another's greed. Now that there were so many people, they would naturally attract trouble if it was revealed. Even Elixir Yang Sect might become a threat to them. Xiaoning was naive and revealed an abnormal reaction right away without thinking much about it. However, Su Zimo knew about the dangers of the cultivation world and did not meet with Xiaoning's gaze, merely shaking his head subtly. Smart as well, Xiaoning retracted her gaze and remained silent. Even so, someone noticed Xiaoning's reaction. The battle hall cultivator standing behind Tang Yu, Yan Jun, raised his brow and asked suddenly, "You seem like you have something to say about the inheritance of this sect, fellow Daoist Xiaoning?" It's nothing." Xiaoning panicked a little after being exposed. Tang Yu frowned slightly and suddenly said, "Xiaoning, did you want to ask if there's a recipe for elixirs that can extend one's lifespan in the Elixir Pool Sect?" "Yes, that's right." Xiaoning nodded hurriedly. With a gentle smile, Tang Yu said tenderly, "Don't worry, there's definitely a recipe for something like that in Elixir Pool Sect. However, we might not be able to get our hands on it. Something like that depends on fate." "Oh." Xiaoning nodded and replied. After Tang Yu's interruption, Yan Jun looked at Xiaoning with a confused expression and did not press on, merely assuming that he thought too much. Su Zimo raised his head and swept his head, glancing at Tang Yu subtly. At that moment, she was looking at him deeply. Her eyes shimmered like the surface of water and she had a fake smile. What a powerful woman. Su Zimo sighed internally. Since Yan Jun discovered Xiaoning's abnormality, Tang Yu clearly did as well. Furthermore, it was obvious that she had diverted the topic out of goodwill to distract Yan Jun, doing Xiaoning a favor. The two of them exchanged glances with an understanding of one another without exposing anything. Chapter 381, Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. Chapter 381, Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. In truth, Su Zimo was already tempted the moment he heard about the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. It wasn't purely because of Xiaoning, he had his own needs as well. The Meridian Unlocking Elixir. More than that, it was for a perfect-grade Meridian Unlocking Elixir. After hearing Tang Yu's introduction of Elixir Pool Sect, Su Zimo was even more certain that they would most likely find perfect-grade meridian unlocking elixirs in the Elixir Pool sect. Tang Yu said, "Of course, for a sect as large as Elixir Pool sect, there will definitely be many other treasures. In fact, we might even find gems like connate spirit weapons." Su Zimo pondered for a moment. "I'll do my best to help Elixir Yang's sect get the ruins. Furthermore, I won't want anything else. However, I ask for a perfect-grade meridian unlocking elixir." Yan Jun could not help but burst into laughter as he looked at Su Zimo with a mocking gaze. Perfect meridian unlocking elixir. What a daring demand. Who do you think you are, huh? Who are you? Su Zimo glared at him. Proudly, Yan Jun declared, "I'm Yan Jun, a cultivator of Elixir Yang Sect's Battle Hall at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. Also, don't think that you have the right to negotiate terms with Elixir Yang Sect just because you've killed 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Su Zimo, let me tell you, without us, you won't even be able to get close to the main hall of Elixir Pool Sect." Yan Jun. Tang Yu glared at him and said sternly. Harumphing, Yan Jun did not continue, merely crossing his arms and scoffing coldly. Tang Yu turned to Su Zimo apologetically. "Fellow Daoist Su, it's not that we can't agree to a perfect meridian unlocking elixir, but..." Su Zimo asked. Tang Yu continued, "Elixir Yang Sect is not the only faction that has arrived in Xuantian City for the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. There's also other large sects such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect. As for the meridian unlocking elixir, it's better if we don't find a gem like that. If we do, the top cultivators of the other sects are bound to come and contest for it." In other words, Tang Yu meant that they would have to face many extremely strong foes if Su Zimo wanted to contest for a perfect meridian unlocking elixir. After pondering for a slight moment, Tang Yu added, "I'll be blunt here, I'm talking about people like Pei Chunyu of Glass Palace and Shui Yang of Malevolent Earth Sect. For these people, other than connate spirit weapons, other treasures and secret skills aren't worth bothering about. They are most likely here for the perfect meridian unlocking elixirs as well. The higher the grade of the meridian unlocking elixir, the greater the chances of one unlocking their spirit meridians. Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang were already at the peak of 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. The best chance for them to unlock their 8th spirit meridians would be to consume perfect meridian unlocking elixirs. This was an opportunity they wouldn't miss." At the thought of Shui Yang and Pei Chunyu, Su Zimo frowned. He had exchanged blows with Pei Chunyu before. Although it was only a single blow, he could still sense how terrifying his opponent was. To be fair, if he had not made use of the blood-bone palm, there was a high chance that his arm would have been crippled by Pei Chunyu back then. Tang Yu said, "Even though you killed 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators, you have to understand that there's a distinction in strength between 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators as well. Take me for example, I'm at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment as well, but I'm an elixir refinement master. 5 of me won't be a match for people like Chai Li and Hu Meng. However, even 10 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators the likes of Chai Li and Hu Meng wouldn't be a match for Pei Chunyu or Shui Yang. That's the difference we're talking about." Su Zimo remained silent. He knew that Tang Yu was not wrong, his chances of winning the two of them without the use of his demon form wasn't great. Uncle Yang remarked as well, "The Immortal and Fiend sects have a heritage of countless years and they have too many cultivation techniques and secret skills, each of which are extremely strong and can suppress everything. Your advantage is in melee combat. Unfortunately, the successor of Glass Palace is also skilled in melee combat and has a physique so strong that only a few of the other sect successors can match him." Tang Yu added, "You took advantage of the situation by making use of thunder to kill Chai Li and Hu Meng. There's an element of luck involved. However, can you guarantee that the skies will be stormy when you go against Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang?" In other words, even if you managed to repeat that slash infused with the power of thunder, Pei Chunyu and Xuantian might be able to deal with it given their strength. Yan Jun could not help but blurt, "Junior sister, you're overestimating him. He's not even a match for the legacy disciples of Thousand Cranes Sect and Puppet Sect, let alone paragons like Pei Chunyu and Xuantian. Outsiders aside, even I can smash him to a pulp with ease." To Yan Jun, the reason why Su Zimo was able to kill Chai Li and Hu Meng 10 days ago was purely due to an opportunistic moment. If the skies were sunny, he would be able to kill Su Zimo for sure. Su Zimo could not be bothered to react to Yan Jun's sarcastic remarks. To him, it wasn't difficult if he wanted to defeat Pei Chunyu and Xuantian. After all, he had only just advanced to 5 Meridian Foundation establishment, and of the 7 orifices, his mouth and eye orifices were not cleared yet. Both Pei Chunyu and Xuantian were already at the peak of 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, and it was difficult for them to grow stronger. However, his potential was unlimited. As long as he had sufficient time, Su Zimo would definitely be able to suppress Pei Chunyu and Xuantian in terms of strength if he could advance to 6, 7 Meridian Foundation establishment or clear his 7 orifices and attain lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section. Su Zimo asked, "How long do we have till the opening of the Elixir Pool Sect ruins?" "A month at most." Tang Yu replied. "A month." Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Time was too short. He had just advanced to 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. Even in the ancient battlefield, he would not be able to unlock his 6th Spirit Meridian within a month. Furthermore, he couldn't clear his mouth and eye orifices within a month as well. Right then, Uncle Liang seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Su Zimo and suddenly said, "Actually, there's a place in the ancient battlefield that's rather suitable for you. If you manage to succeed, you might be able to stand a chance against Pei Chunyu and Xuantian." Tang Yu's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Uncle Liang and asked, "Uncle Liang, are you referring to that place?" "Yes." Uncle Liang nodded and smiled right away. "Forget it, there's no chance of success at all." "I was thinking too much." Tang Yu nodded as well. "If we're talking about that place, the chances are indeed slim. There's no need for that." Su Zimo was curious as well when he heard how ambiguous the two of them were and could not help but ask, "Senior, young Master Tang, what is the place you are referring to?" Tang Yu did not intend to hide anything and asked instead, "Fellow Taoist, have you heard of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea?" "Saber Mountain Spirit Sea?" Su Zimo frowned, shaking his head. Ji Qingtian and the others were confused as well. It was obvious that they knew nothing about that name. Fufu. Yan Jun sneered, "Truly bumpkin cultivators. To think that they've never even heard of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea, how laughable." Chapter 382, Legend of the Saber Emperor. Chapter 382, Legend of the Saber Emperor. Each time cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty entered the ancient battlefield, they would only linger around the borders. How could they have heard of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea? If it was not because Su Zimo had brought Ji Qingtian and the others to this place, they might never have known about Xuantian City, nor would they have the chance to interact with large sects such as Elixir Yang Sect and Glass Palace in their entire lives. Experiences as such were rare and precious, serving as eye-openers. Su Zimo never had any feuds with Yan Jun. However, the latter had been unfriendly to him right from the beginning, shooting sarcastic remarks whenever he had the chance. As for the exact reason, Su Zimo had a vague guess. However, this was a cultivator of Elixir Yang Sect's battle hall after all, and Su Zimo was not bothered since Yan Jun had yet to cross his bottom line. Tang Yu frowned gently and shot Yan Jun a stern look before saying slowly, "The reason why the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea is so famous is because of an old legend related to it." Through her tone, it was obvious that the legend was far from simple. Su Zimo's group looked serious as they sat upright and listened intently. Tang Yu said slowly, "The legend of the Saber Emperor." The Saber Emperor. The moment those two words were said, the void trembled, as if a pitch-dark crevasse had been opened up, sending a chilling gust of wind forth. The mere mention of those words brought forth an indescribable pressure. It was ancient, as though it had crossed through the archaic times with an indestructible intent that was shocking. Instantly, a killing intent filled the hull. Everyone felt as if it had become much more difficult to breathe. It took a long while before the sensation dispersed. Tang Yu took a deep breath and said, "The Emperor represents invincibility, superiority and uniqueness. He is invincible in the way of the saber with no one that can surpass him, hence the title of the Saber Emperor. While the Saber Emperor may not have been the strongest person in Tianhuang mainland, he was the one and only emperor in the way of the saber among all the saber cultivators." Su Zimo understood. In any given era, there could be many emperors. However, in any particular domain or path, there could only be a single emperor. That was the definition of emperor: invincible, supreme and unique. The emperor of the path of immortality was the immortal emperor, the emperor of the fiend path was the fiend emperor, the emperor of the way of the sword was the sword emperor. Following that line of deduction, those that become emperors must naturally be among the strongest cultivators of Tianhuang mainland. I believe all of you know that the sword reigns supreme in the current Tianhuang mainland, and the most common weapon of choice for immortal cultivators are flying swords. However, back in the ancient era, there were 100 weapon classes that fought for supremacy. Apart from swords, there were sabers, spears, halberds, axes, bows and many other weapons. The sword had its own way and so did the saber. There was an emperor for every type of weapon. However, in the ancient era, the human race was blessed with immense luck and gave birth to countless paragons in Tianhuang mainland, giving rise to multiple emperors. That was a golden era for us humans, and we waged a historic war against the other races known as the Ancient War. The war lasted for a long time and countless human experts and ancient mighty figures fell. The emperors were all tainted with blood and it was extremely tragic. Although we humans stood victorious after the war, most of the 100 weapon techniques were lost in the ancient battlefield with no future left in sight. The only remaining lineages were the ways of the sword and saber. Su Zimo and the rest were shocked when they heard that. They had never heard of these ancient tales and legends. Right now, they were greatly intrigued. Even though it was only a few short descriptions, everyone could almost envision that magnificent era before their eyes. In fact, Su Zimo had an urge to go against the tides of time and follow in the footsteps of his predecessors to witness that glorious history. Tang Yu continued, "The reason why those two heritages could be passed down from the ancient war was naturally attributed to two people, the Sword Emperor and the Saber Emperor. There are way too many legends regarding these two mighty figures. Some described them as mortal enemies, some described them as bosom buddies, and there were even some who said that they were neither friends nor foes, merely appreciative of the other's talents. No matter what, the final outcome was that the Saber Emperor went far away and left Tianhuang mainland. Thereafter, there were no emperors for all the other weapons and only the way of the sword reigned supreme, leading to the current state of the cultivation world." Su Zimo's group let out a long breath, unable to calm down for a long time. It was only now that they understood why most of the cultivators in the cultivation world used flying swords instead of flying sabers and other weapons. So, this was the reason. Tang Yu said, "The legacy that the Sword Emperor left behind back then is the current Sword Sect, one of the 9 immortal sects." Su Zimo was secretly impressed. Originally, he thought that super sects such as the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries only earned their title as the strongest factions of Tianhuang mainland due to their ancient lineage and strong foundations. But judging from the situation now, all of those sects had shocking backgrounds. For example, of the 9 immortal sects, Sword Sect's founder master was the Sword Emperor of the ancient times. In fact, he was someone that influenced the future of the world such that the way of the sword was supreme in the current cultivation world. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo suddenly asked, "Where did the Saber Emperor go?" Tang Yu smiled faintly. "He traveled far overseas and found a lone island in the ocean, leaving his legacy there." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he blurted, "One of the two islands?" The top factions of Tianhuang mainland consisted of the 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, 4 unorthodox groups, 3 aristocrat families, 2 islands and 1 palace. That's right. Tang Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of admiration as she nodded. The legacy left behind by the Saber Emperor is one of the 2 islands, Divine Phoenix Island. The successor of Divine Phoenix Island rarely steps foot onto Tianhuang mainland. However, each time one of them does, they would definitely be unrivaled paragons that are bound to create waves in the cultivation world. Su Zimo lamented. From this perspective, the Saber Emperor did not lose back then. The legacy left behind by the Sword Emperor is one of the immortal sects, and the legacy left behind by the Saber Emperor is one of the 2 islands. In terms of reputation, status or strength, the island is not weaker than Sword Sect. What does the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea have to do with the Saber Emperor then? Su Zimo asked. Tang Yu explained, "It said that when the Saber Emperor left Tianhuang mainland, he left behind a legacy, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea in the ancient battlefield. While the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea truly exists, there has never been any cultivator who has obtained its inheritance for thousands of years. Countless paragons have been produced in this period of time, but all of them ended in failure. Gradually, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea became a legend that no one believed in, until..." With a slight pause, Tang Yu continued, "Around 1,000 years ago, a monstrous cultivator appeared in the ancient battlefield. Although he was not from one of the super sects, he had frightening combat strength and could compete against all the legacy disciples of the various major sects. It was said that the person managed to obtain the Saber Emperors in the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea." Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked, "The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea still exists after that person obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance?" "I don't know the exact reasons why, but it indeed still exists." Tang Yu nodded. "You're considered as a saber cultivator as well, and the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea is suitable for you and can help your strength grow rapidly. Naturally, there's a prerequisite, and that is for you to obtain the inheritance of the Saber Emperor." Chapter 383, Standing Shoulder to Shoulder with the Emperors. Chapter 383, Standing Shoulder to Shoulder with the Emperors. Upon hearing that, Su Zimo had already made up his mind that he wanted to make a trip to the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. Even though Su Zimo had made use of sabers up till this point of his cultivation, he knew nothing about saber techniques. He merely relied on the power of his bloodline as well as his physique strength to slash widely. Thankfully, he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, making his skin coarse and flesh thick. Agile as an ape, he could pounce like a tiger, sprint like a horse, rise like the wind, land like an arrow, and be tough and nimble at the same time. Coupled with the assistance of his spirit perception, he could evade danger without even seeing it, and thus, it was quite rare for him to be disadvantaged. However, Su Zimo knew very well that if he were to meet a top-notch expert, his opponent would be able to easily find the openings of his saber technique and take him down, even if the latter's strength could not match his. Therefore, even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, Su Zimo wanted to head over and give it a shot. When he saw that Su Zimo was moved, Yan Jun sneered at the side, "There have been countless cultivators who have been to the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea before. Many of them were paragons that were far beyond their contemporaries. However, there has only been a single person who has managed to succeed through the thousands of years. Does a country bumpkin such as yourself who have never even heard of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea think that you are befitting of receiving the Saber Emperor's inheritance? Tang Yu was already displeased at how Yan Jun was targeting Su Zimo repeatedly. It was only after she noticed that Su Zimo was calm and had no reaction that she became slightly relieved. Also, there's one more thing I have to remind you about. Tang Yu said deeply, I don't know much about the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea either. After all, there has already been someone who received the Saber Emperor's inheritance 1,000 years ago. As such, you might end up making a wasted trip. It's all right. Su Zimo smiled calmly. The many legends that you've told me about are truly fascinating. In the ancient war, dragons and snakes rose together with the emperors in that golden era. The only regret I have is that I wasn't born back then to stand shoulder to shoulder with those emperors, leaving my name through history. The moment he said that, the hall went silent. Everyone watched with shock and slightly agape mouths. The verve of this man. How much verve was required for him to state that he wanted to leave his name through history by standing shoulder to shoulder with those emperors? The fact that such a statement was said by a Foundation establishment cultivator was truly ridiculous and arrogant. For some unknown reason, Su Zimo was not filled with passion or unparalleled pride when he said those words, merely looking extremely natural. However, it felt as though the green-robed cultivator before them was truly qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with those emperors. Even Yan Jun, who had a grudge against Su Zimo, could not spout out a single sarcastic remark at this moment. He wouldn't have dared to repeat Su Zimo's statement personally, worried that bad luck might befall him from the unknowns. Even for the emperors that have fallen for countless years, their dignities could not be sullied. Uncle Liang looked at Su Zimo deeply. Initially, he had underestimated Su Zimo. However, at that moment, Uncle Liang's previous impression of Su Zimo disappeared entirely. Su Zimo did not notice the strange expressions of everyone around him, merely immersed in his own emotions. Shaking his head gently, he lamented, "Time is merciless through history. Be it the Sword Emperor or the Saber Emperor, both have already passed on along with those eras, leaving only their legends. Since there's no longer a chance to witness the majesty of the Saber Emperor, I might as well head out to the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. Even if I can't obtain the inheritance, I can relive the glory of the past in the ruins to make up for the regrets in my heart." Tang Yu nodded. "Since you have already decided, I won't stop you. However, you have to return to Xuantian City within the month to help us contend for the Elixir Pool Sect ruins." "All right." Su Zimo nodded. Right then, a cultivator of Elixir Yang Sect strode in quickly and greeted with cupped fists. "Young Master, Feng Man of Thousand Crane Sect requests an audience." "Sister Man." Tang Yu pondered for a moment and shifted her gaze. It paused on Leng Ro for a brief moment before she nodded. "Invite her in," she explained to Su Zimo's group. "The four unorthodox groups have a pretty good relationship. Sister Man is the commander for Thousand Crane Sects expedition this time round, and I've known her for many years." Right then, a woman in a long white robe strode over. With a curvy and voluptuous figure, her steps were nimble and her black silky hair was tied in a bun, exuding a mature and dignified aura. Her features were exquisite and very beautiful. On the woman's waist, apart from a storage bag, there was a pink paper crane that was really pretty tied to it. Tang Yu walked over and smiled. "Sister Man, come on in." Feng Man glanced at Tang Yu and chuckled. Why are you still dressed like this? You're no longer young." "I'm used to it," Tang Yu blinked. "Xiao Yu, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm here for someone." Feng Man did not waste time with any small talk. "For her?" Tang Yu glanced at Leng Ro. Feng Man smiled. "I can't keep anything from you." "Me?" Leng Ro was slightly stunned. Feng Man nodded with a gentle gaze. I can see your talent in talisman crafting and can't bear to bury it, so I'm here to invite you to join Thousand Crane Sect. What do you think? Leng Ro loved crafting talismans and indeed wanted to join Thousand Crane Sect. However, she did not expect the latter to come knocking. Furthermore, she could tell that this Thousand Crane Sect cultivator was truly sincere. Right then, another Elixir Yang Sect cultivator headed in and greeted with cupped fists. Ingze of Puppet Sect requests an audience. One of the 5 heretical doctrines, Puppet Sect. Let him in. Tang Yu raised her head. Not long later, a muscular man strode into the hall wearing linen clothes. He had short hair and looked honest, grinning with cupped fists the moment he entered. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Tang Yu whispered to Su Zimo, this man is Ingze, the commander of Puppet Sect for this expedition. Su Zimo nodded. Young Master Tang, I'm here today because I wish to invite someone to join our Puppet Sect. I wonder if that's alright. Ingze went straight to the point. Oh? Tang Yu smiled and asked, who is the one who caught your eye? Ingze pointed to Shi Jian who was drinking tea dully at the side. Him. Shi Jian was confused and looked dazed, not understanding how he was chosen. Ingze grinned. This silly fool is not bad. He suits my taste. Ha ha ha. Little Fatty could not help but burst into laughter. Shi Jian clenched his fists with a darkened expression and emphasized, I'm not silly, I'm merely honest. Yes. Ingze nodded and added after a slight pause, they're both the same thing. Shi Jian. Little Fatty laughed even more merrily. Sun Dian of Tomb Sect requests an audience. One of the 5 heretical doctrines, Tomb Sect. Let him in. Before long, a pale-faced cultivator entered the hall. He had a monkey-like mouth and his eyes darted around, lighting up when they caught sight of Little Fatty. Sun Dian blinked repeatedly towards Little Fatty. Curious, Little Fatty leaned over. The two of them, one fat and the other skinny, ran to a corner and mumbled. Little Fatty nodded repeatedly with burning eyes and smacked his lips like a starving wolf. When he saw that, Su Zimo smiled gently, he felt happy for Leng Ro and the others. Su Zimo was not the only one who made a name for himself and was recognized by many other cultivators in that battle on the Long Street, the other 4 were as well. When they made the decision to return to Xuantian City, it was with the understanding that they would meet with a great disaster and die. Who would have thought that it would have turned into a great opportunity for them today instead? Fortune and misfortune were interdependent and it was nothing more than the cycle of karma. Chapter 384, Hunted by 2 Sects. Chapter 384, Hunted by 2 Sects. Leng Ro and the others looked toward Su Zimo instinctively. Although this opportunity was earned by them fighting on the Long Street, most importantly, it was because of Su Zimo. If not for Su Zimo, they would have died long before they could even reach Xuantian City. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Be it Thousand Crane Sect or Puppet Sect and Tomb Sect who appeared later on, the people who came were all the commanders of this expedition, the legacy disciples of the various sections. That alone was enough to tell of their sincerity. Since we're all in Xuantian City, we can meet one another at any time. Little Fatty was thoroughly engrossed in chatting with Sun Dian from Tomb Sect and bid farewell with that remark. I'll be leaving too. Shi Jian scratched his head and left the hall behind Ingze of Puppet Sect. Leng Ro nodded to Su Zimo as a form of greeting and left with Feng Man of Thousand Crane Sect. Tang Yu looked towards Ji Qingtian and blinked, saying in a playful tone, seems like I've got to extend my invitation right now or you'll be poached away by the other sections. If you don't mind, I'm willing to join Elixir Yang Sect, Ji Qingtian replied with a smile. Tang Yu shifted her gaze towards Su Zimo and asked expectantly, what about you? Although Su Zimo agreed to assist Elixir Yang Sect to contend for the Elixir Pool Sect ruins, he did not mention anything about joining the sect. I'm different from them. Su Zimo shook his head and did not explain further, declining tactfully. Even though she expected that, Tang Yu could not help but feel disappointed when she heard his reply. Su Zimo cupped his fists. There's no time to waste. I'll head out to the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea right now and try to return earlier. Be careful. Tang Yu reminded. Turning around, Su Zimo disappeared before everyone's eyes swiftly. This was the first time that Su Zimo had shown his face in Xuantian City after that battle on the Long Street 10 days ago. Instantly, he attracted countless stares. Some were in awe, some in envy, some curious. Did you see that? That scholarly green-robed cultivator is Su Zimo. Oh, that's him? I thought he was going to have multiple limbs and heads. There were cultivators in Xuantian City who hadn't seen Su Zimo before. However, there were few who have not heard of his name. Walking on the long street, Su Zimo could hear discussions coming from a few streets away with a mere twitch of his ears. He was not bothered about such stuff. However, before he walked far, his heart skipped a beat. He sensed a fleeting killing intent from those strange gazes. Was it a survivor of the 4 mounted bandits? Or? The trees wanted silence but the wind did not stop. To think that someone would be harboring designs on him even after that bloody battle on the long street. Su Zimo maintained his composure and sneered in his heart, walking towards the east gate of Xuantian City. The killing intent followed him the entire time. Not long after he exited the city, Su Zimo sensed another killing intent on top of the first. He was neither fast nor slow in his speed. About 2 hours later, Su Zimo was already far from Xuantian City and his surroundings were empty with no one around. Right then, the sound of clothes flapping could be heard from behind. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and turned around. In the distant horizon, 2 figures were flying through the air at an extremely fast speed with a murderous aura. Narrowing his gaze, he focused on the Sect badges around their waists and scoffed coldly while muttering softly, "It's indeed them." In the bloody battle on the long street, Su Zimo killed 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Although it was because he took advantage of the circumstances, ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to provoke him either. Furthermore, he had the backing of Elixir Yang Sect. However, there were 2 sects in Xuantian City who had sufficient strength and reason to cause trouble for him. Glass Palace of the Immortal Sects and Malevolent Earth Sect of the Fiend Sects. He had rejected Pei Chunyu and Shuiyang and embarrassed them in front of everyone the other day. Given their status, there was no way they were going to let things go. Naturally, Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect could not strike when Su Zimo was in Elixir Yang Sect. However, cultivators of the 2 sects chased after him the moment he was out of the city. Both Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect had only sent a single person each. This was clear proof of how strong these 2 were. In reality, if Tang Yu was here, she would have been able to recognize the 2 of them. The cultivator from Glass Palace was Lu Yun and the one from Malevolent Earth Sect was Di Xing. At 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, both of them were the right-hand men of Pei Chunyu and Shuiyang and possessed terrifying strength. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yun and Di Xing had already arrived in front of him. They stood in midair on their flying swords, looking down at Su Zimo from left and right. Fu. Lu Yun chuckled lightly with a mocking gaze. Su Zimo, why aren't you running? Are you prepared to surrender since you know there's no way you can run? Di Xing's gaze was ice cold. Su Zimo smiled. If he activated his bloodline and deployed Divine Steed fleeting at full speed, these 2 wouldn't be able to catch up to him. The 2 of them descended slowly from midair, maintaining a fixed distance and were cautious of one another. Lu Yun was the first to speak as he pointed to Su Zimo and said to Di Xing, "Fellow Daoist, let's put it bluntly. The moment this man is dead, we'll split the treasures in his storage bag evenly." "No problem," Di Xing nodded. Rolling his eyes, Lu Yun continued, I want the long blood-red saber in his possession. If that's the case, I'll take the gigantic moon-white bow, Di Xing replied. The two of them were referring to the perfect spirit weapon, Blood Quencher, and the quasi-connate spirit weapon, Moon Concealment Bow. Neither of them took Su Zimo seriously and were already discussing how they should split his belongings. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with mockery as he shook his head slightly. Immortals and fiends were different. Since the ancient times, the duty of an immortal has always been to exterminate demons and slay fiends. But now, what difference did the immortal sect cultivator before him have with those of the fiend sects? What are you guys doing? Su Zimo asked indifferently. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Senior Brother Pei has a message for you. Turning around, Lu Yun let out a creepy smile and said slowly, anyone I wish to kill will definitely die. Di Xing's gaze was cold as he said maliciously, allowing you a chance to be Senior Brother Shue's guard was an honor for you. Since you don't want it, prepare to die. Fu. Su Zimo laughed and asked, why didn't Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang come themselves if they wanted my life? There's no need to use a sledgehammer just to crack a nut. Di Xing's expression was filled with disdain. Lu Yun sneered, why does Senior Brother Pei have to deal with a nobody like you personally? Ha ha ha. Su Zimo laughed into the skies. His laughter was deafening, shaking the void like a great bell. Lu Yun and Di Xing felt a slight stinging pain in their ears. Suddenly, Su Zimo stopped laughing. His eyes were bright and filled with killing intent as he shouted, the likes of you two actually think that you can have my life? Su Zimo, you're too arrogant. You think that you are fit to challenge me just because you've killed people like Hu Meng and Chai Li? As a disciple of Glass Palace, Lu Yun was fearless as he took a deep breath and channeled spirit energy. Instantly, 7 spirit meridians shone beneath his robes and rumbled furiously with a mighty aura. There's no need to say anything else. Die. Su Zimo strode forward and whipped out Blood Quencher with a backhand. The blood beam expanded and enveloped Lu Yun and Di Xing. Chapter 385, Troublesome. Chapter 385, Troublesome. Whoosh. Su Zimo channeled his bloodline and his bones and tendons sounded together, rumbling with the sound of tsunami alongside thunder cracking. 5 spirit lights shone on Blood Quencher and burst forth into a blinding radiance, akin to a blazing blood-colored sun. It shot through the void with a sharp edge. The power of that slash was extremely strong and it was fast. Any other ordinary cultivator, even if they were at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, would have been shocked. However, Lu Yun and Di Xing were unimpressed and they even had mocking expressions. Let the body be like glass, transparent inside out and cleansed of impurities, turning indestructible. Lu Yun stood on the spot and chanted the mantra. Each time he said a single word, his body's aura would change slightly. Until the end, Lu Yun's muscles seemed like they were veiled with a mysterious luster, bright as glass and without flaws and impurities. At the same time, Lu Yun's arms shone with 4 spirit lights. It was a pair of braces, a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Glass Palace specialized in body tempering, and if one cultivated the Sect's secret manual, the Glass Heart Sutra to its max, their body, eyes and heart would be like glass. They would be indestructible, flawless, undying, immensely strong and could fight against ferocious beasts with their bare hands. Therefore, cultivators of Glass Palace mostly used weapons such as gloves or bracers. Although bracers were rarely seen nowadays, they were one of the 100 weapon classes back in the ancient era and were not to be underestimated. Bracers were extremely flexible and when equipped on one's arms, could be used both defensively and offensively, allowing one use their arms like their fingers. Swiftly, Lu Yun neither retreated nor dodged. He buckled his knees slightly, shifting his center of gravity downwards as he propped up his arms to receive the incoming Blood Quencher. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang. Lu Yun's figure turned shorter as his feet sank deep into the ground. However, he was not pushed backwards nor did his expression change. As for Blood Quencher, it rebounded highly against the tremendous force. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and his heart skipped a beat. On the surface, this was an even exchange. But in reality, he took the initiative and his Blood Quencher was a grade higher than Lu Yun's bracers. Yet, he did not gain any advantage despite such circumstances. This is a tough nut to crack. Su Zimo realized that he might not be able to kill this person quickly and could not help but shift his gaze towards Di Xing, who was not far away. After that slash, Su Zimo used the remaining momentum of Blood Quencher as it was repelled to redirect towards Di Xing of Malevolent Earth Sect at the side. The blood beam was blinding with a nauseating smell. A few years ago, deep underground, Su Zimo dealt with some of the Fiend heirs before and had some understanding towards the Fiend sections. Among the Fiend sects, Overlord Palace was the strongest in body tempering, followed by Zenith Sect. The physique of Malevolent Earth Sect's Fiend heir was not strong. Su Zimo wanted to make use of a ferocious burst attack to kill Di Xing first before dealing wholeheartedly with Lu Yun later on. Hee. As though he had sensed Su Zimo's killing intent long ago, Di Xing let out an odd chuckle and 7 spirit meridians shone on his body. Spirit energy surged as he opened his mouth, spitting out a black smoke that gushed in an illusory and malefic manner. Although he had yet to clear his eye orifices, Su Zimo's vision was extremely strong due to his daily cultivation of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. But now, he felt his vision go black against the black fog. In that moment of daze, he lost track of Di Xing. Blood Quencher seemed to have entered a quagmire in this mass of malefic energy and could barely be moved. The malefic energy enveloped and corroded the blade, causing its spirit light to dim while the blood beam on the blade showed signs of weakening. Humph! Su Zimo harumphed and held Blood Quencher horizontally across his chest. Channeling his bloodline, a ball of blazing lightning appeared in his palm and he swiped it across Blood Quencher. The power of thunder was the most masculine and could purge off evil, it was the most effective against such malefic energy. With a series of crackling sounds, the malefic energy around Blood Quencher was completely purged by the ball of lightning in Su Zimo's palm. 5 spirit patterns shone on the blade once more as it regained its luster. Lightning. Di Xing's eyes flashed with caution. In reality, the smoke that he had spat out was far from simple, it was one of Malevolent Earth Sect's secret skills, Spirit Devouring Malefice. The Spirit Devouring Malefice was extremely strong and was used to corrode spirit weapons. Any spirit weapon that was tainted by the Spirit Devouring Malefice would have its spirit chi sucked away. Left unpurged, even its spirit patterns would be erased, rendering the spirit weapons almost useless. Swoosh! Lu Yun charged over from the side with his bloodline rumbling like lead mercury. A fierce wind blew behind him as he swung his arms and smashed down. Su Zimo took a wrong step and twisted his body to slash in reverse. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. In a flash, Su Zimo's body swayed as he made use of the energy from that blow's rebound and crossed his legs, unleashing Divine Steed Fleeting to charge at Divine Steed Fleeting, who was not far away with a furious killing intent. Di Xing was different from Lu Yun. His physique was average and he was not strong in melee combat. Su Zimo would be able to kill him as long as he could get close. Seemingly seeing through Su Zimo's intentions, Di Xing smirked coldly. Go! Suddenly, he threw out the bone spear in his arms and it hovered in midair. A pitch-black smoke surged out from his fingertip, entering the spear. The 10-jointed bone spear shone brightly with spirit light and 4 spirit patterns. Di Xing's fingers shifted continuously as he conjured a hand seal while shouting, "Go!" The moment he said that, the 10-jointed bone spear broke apart and turned into 10 bone spikes. Each of them were shrouded with malefic energy as they shot toward Su Zimo at lightning speed. Su Zimo had just deployed Divine Steed Fleeting when his mind flashed with a warning. In a dizzying moment, he was welcomed by 10 bone spikes. The spikes shone coldly and were extremely sharp. These were not weaker than normal sharp weapons, and holes would definitely appear on one's body if they found their mark. The scariest thing was that the 10 bone spikes were extremely precise and sealed off all of Su Zimo's escape routes. 8 bone spikes occupied 8 different directions. The remaining 2 bone spikes sealed the upwards and downwards directions. All 10 directions were completely sealed. Right then, it would be difficult for Su Zimo to avoid the bone spikes even if he made use of Anaconda Swath. What a brilliant technique! Su Zimo was secretly shocked. Ethereal Sword, one of Ethereal Peak's 3 secret skills, was a weapon technique as well and consisted of 3 levels. However, compared to the weapon technique of Malevolent Earth Sect, Ethereal Sword was clearly a class weaker. Ever since he started cultivating, Su Zimo had fought countless battles. However, this was the first time that a cultivator could seal off his movements with just a weapon technique. Now that he thought about it, it was truly way too lucky that he was able to kill the Malevolent Earth Sect Fiend Heir back then. The presence of the Ancient Spirit Lock formation disabled at least half of the Malevolent Earth Sect Fiend Heir's powers. Everything else aside, if the Fiend Heir could use this weapon technique back then, he would have been invincible. In that flash, Su Zimo did not have time to think as he swung Blood Quencher while channeling his bloodline. He roared loudly, slashing against an incoming bone spike by making use of his immense burst power. Clang! The bone spike was sent flying and a gap appeared. Di Xing was not far away. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to charge through the gap, the air behind, above, below and on his sides vibrated immensely. The other 9 bone spikes descended, leaving Su Zimo no chance at all. Even though Di Xing was not far away, Su Zimo had no choice but to deal with the 9 bone spikes. No matter how fast he was, he could not match the speed of the bone spikes. Chapter 386, Contracting Tendons and Bones. Chapter 386, Contracting Tendons and Bones. Clang! 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 Su Zimo swung Blood Quencher and repelled 3 bone spikes consecutively. Right after, he made use of his spirit perception and passed through the gap of 2 bone spikes extremely closely. With a swoosh, a pair of spirit wings appeared behind his back and suddenly, Su Zimo soared into the air and evaded the remaining 4 bone spikes. The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Any slight delay would have riddled Su Zimo's body with holes. Su Zimo was internally shocked by how he had to unleash multiple trump cards just to barely evade the wave of attacks from Di Xing's bone spear. Taking a deep breath, Su Zimo was about to charge forward and shorten the distance between him and Di Xing when a cold light flashed by his eyes, followed by an incoming wave of malefic energy. The bone spike that he had first repelled was now approaching him once more. The sequence was perfect and Su Zimo did not have any breathing room at all. With the use of his spirit wings, Su Zimo hovered in midair and reared his head, his body was almost parallel to the ground. Swoosh! 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 A series of piercing sounds could be heard. The previous 9 bone spikes had returned and sealed his path once more. Out of exasperation, Su Zimo could only swing Blood Quencher and fight head-on. Clang! 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 He had just soared into the skies but was forced to descend onto the ground after the consecutive furious attacks of the bone spikes. It was only now that Su Zimo understood why Tang Yu and the others had always thought that he was not a match for Pei Chunyu and Shuai Yang. Even after he displayed unparalleled strength in that bloody battle on the Long Street, or killed 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators single-handedly, no one thought highly of him. The 2 men before him had already given him an answer. This was the strength of the disciples that belonged to the top factions of Tianhuang mainland. Skynet Fist. Lu Yun's voice sounded. The spirit qi in the void behind Su Zimo fluctuated wildly. This was a sign of the condensation of spirit arts. The changes of the void alone was enough to tell of how frightening Skynet Fist was. Not far away, Lu Yun conjured a hand seal and punched toward Su Zimo through the void. A fist that was conjured from spirit energy materialized and was crystal clear. It shot out, punching towards the spot where Su Zimo landed. Boom! Su Zimo had just landed on the ground when he heard an explosion. Without looking, he could already feel a gigantic fist coming towards his body with a terrifying might as it caused the surrounding air to explode. Lu Yun had arrived. After Skynet Fist, Lu Yun's body flashed and he charged forward. Swinging his arms, his bracers shone brightly and smashed towards Su Zimo's head. There was no wonder why Lu Yun was a disciple of an immortal sect, his timing was impeccable. Right as Skynet Fist descended, he had arrived while unleashing a killing move. Danger. The current situation was much more dangerous than 10 days ago on that Long Street. Su Zimo was already having too much trouble dealing with the 10 bone spikes before him, and now, Lu Yun, who was terrifyingly strong in melee combat, was striking from the back. A single misstep and Su Zimo would die on the spot. Lu Yun and Di Xing's eyes shone excitedly. To them, Su Zimo was already a dead man with nowhere to run. Even Pei Chunyu and Shuaiyang might not be able to escape unscathed against such an attack. However, what puzzled the 2 of them was that they couldn't spot a single trace of panic on Su Zimo's face. Those eyes were calm as water with slight ripples of killing intent. All of a sudden, Su Zimo did something that Lu Yun and Di Xing could not understand at all. He put away his blood quencher. Before the 2 of them could think about why Su Zimo did that, the latter had already struck. Fiend Suppression Seal. Su Zimo's left hand flickered and he connected his middle finger and thumb, conjuring a hand seal while chanting a mental sutra. Boom! A golden palm descended from the sky in a blinding manner. Tearing through the firmament, the patterns on the palm were clearly visible as it slammed towards the Skynet Fist with an apocalyptic might. The palm and fist collided, creating a deafening bang in midair. The spirit qi in the void turned chaotic instantly. A massive wave of energy shot out from the collision as a core, spreading towards the surrounding in a golden light as spirit energy dissipated. Su Zimo's arms were already starting to feel numb after clashing with Di Xing repeatedly earlier on. If not for his powerful bloodline that surged like a tidal wave, he would not be able to lift his arms now, let alone have the strength to retaliate. Right then, Lu Yun's fist flew over. Good move. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze and punched in reverse. His right hand was the indestructible blood-bone palm. One side was an accumulated attack while the other side was a forced counterattack. Despite knowing that he had the disadvantage in strength, Su Zimo could only ensure that his right hand would not be crippled by the other party's punch. Bang! The fist and arm collided. Lu Yun's bracers struck Su Zimo's fist. However, instead of bones cracking, a dull sound of defeat was heard. Su Zimo's right hand was bloodied but his bones were intact, merely suffering wounds on his flesh. Huh! His palm isn't crippled? Lu Yun's pupils constricted. The other party merely suffered injuries on the flesh after taking a supreme-grade spirit weapon head-on with his body. In fact, his bones weren't even cracked. As expected, Su Zimo's strength was not enough for that clash and his body stumbled backwards towards the 10 incoming bone spikes. Fufu, he's going to die in my hands still. Di Xing sneered. However, he stopped before he could finish. Under their watchful gazes, Su Zimo was about to be pierced by the 10 bone spikes when his bones and tendons sounded at the same time. They shifted and suddenly contracted into a bundle, making him the size of a small child. Pust! The two of them gasped. Lu Yun was even more shocked. How was that possible? Because Glass Palace specialized in body tempering, he knew very well that it was extremely difficult for a person to achieve what Su Zimo just did. That was the art of tendons transformation, a point where even the tendons and bones have been cultivated to the extreme. In fact, a person could change their appearance with this. Only a nascent soul with an essence spirit could distinguish between the person's true appearance. Even Pei Chunyu of Glass Palace could not achieve this, let alone him. After his body shrank, a few bone spikes that should have pierced Su Zimo missed instantly. Despite that, Su Zimo could not avoid all of the bone spikes. His miniature frame twisted in midair and contorted into an unimaginable arc, shuttling through a few bone spikes. Poof! Flashes of blood appeared. A bone spike brushed by Su Zimo's chest, leaving a wound. Although he did not manage to avoid all the bone spikes, Su Zimo managed to escape from a fatal situation with his unparalleled use of tendons transformation. Crackle! In front of the two of them, Su Zimo's bones and tendons sounded and that child expanded right away, turning to his original body once more. Chapter 387, Kill. Chapter 387, Kill. Di Xing's gaze was dark as he glared at the wound on Su Zimo's chest. Although that wound wasn't deep, the weapons of malevolent Earth Sect were all basked and tempered in malefic energy. The moment they injure anyone, malefic energy would surge into the smallest of wounds. Those that were lightly affected would not be able to channel their spirit energy efficiently and their combat strength would weaken. If they did not purge it in time, it might even destroy their foundation and cripple their chances at future cultivation. Those that were severely affected would have their hearts enveloped by the malefic energy, severing their meridians and killing them on the spot. Right in front of Di Xing, the wound on Su Zimo's chest flashed with streaks of lightning, purging the malefic energy entirely. Su Zimo stood where he was and glared at Lu Yun and Di Xing coldly. The killing intent in his eyes intensified and his aura was changing as well. Hee hee. Di Xing laughed menacingly. Su Zimo, surrender. That tendons transformation of yours is only going to work the first time. Next time, I'll be prepared and you'll be shred to pieces even if you turn into a baby. Su Zimo, I'm going to give you a chance. Suddenly, Lu Yun's eyes shone and he said, as long as you're willing to hand over your body tempering technique, I'll let you off. Furthermore, I'll be on your side and kill Di Xing. How does that sound? Fu. Su Zimo burst into laughter as he twisted his neck while his eyes shone with a demonic glint. You guys really think you've won? The moment he said that, a sinister wind gusted without warning. Looking at Su Zimo with his sinister expression not far away, Lu Yun and Di Xing felt an unprecedented sense of fear. Why am I feeling this way? The two of them exchanged glances with grim expressions. You want my body tempering technique? Su Zimo licked his lips with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Grinning, he shouted, that depends on whether you can remain alive to learn it. Boom! A muffled sound rang out from within Su Zimo's body, as though some seal had been released and an ancient demon had been summoned. It was terrifying. Although they had been fighting for a short time, Su Zimo had already realized that he wouldn't be able to defeat the two of them if he continued fighting with his current strength. Since there was nobody else at this place, he could kill them in his demon form without anybody knowing. Su Zimo's power of blood qi erupted and his body expanded. Demonic qi shrouded his body as his pupils turned pitch black, appearing imperceptibly in the scarlet demonic qi. It's a demon. Lu Yun and Di Xing were shocked. No, how is it possible? The moment they saw that dense demonic aura, the the two of them thought that Su Zimo was a demon. However, they were puzzled on second thought. There was no way demons could take on human form before they formed an inner core. How was that possible? Furthermore, Su Zimo had clearly unlocked the 8 meridians that only humans possessed. How could he be a demon? Everything before them was completely unexplainable. In truth, even nascent souls or void reversions would not be able to explain this, let alone the two of them. Typically, humans and demons had different paths. Their languages were different, as were their body structures, cultivation techniques, and methods. Even tigers and leopards that were the closest to the demon race had different cultivation techniques, let alone humans and demons. The cultivation techniques, bloodlines and everything else were different between the two races. If Su Zimo was a human, what about the demonic qi that was coming from him? The richness of that demonic qi was no weaker than pure-blooded ferocious beasts. In Lu Yun and Di Xing's moment of daze, Su Zimo shifted and arrived before Lu Yun in the blink of an eye. A series of afterimages appeared behind Su Zimo, lasting for a long time. Ah! Lu Yun's expression changed and his heart nearly exploded. Su Zimo was too imposing and terrifying. Lunging over with that asphyxiating aura, he was even more feral than the ferocious beasts of the ancient era with his surging blood qi and cold-killing intent. Lu Yun did not have time to contemplate and activated his bloodline, churning spirit energy furiously as his bracers shone with a bedazzling spirit light. "I don't care what sort of a monster you are, just die." Lu Yun hollered and channeled his energy to the max. The veins on his neck popped out as he swung his arms, smashing violently down on Su Zimo's head. That was no arm. With the augmentation of Glass Palace's secret skill, his arm was veiled with a layer of luster. With the support of a supreme-grade spirit weapon on top of it, that was a steel whip as thick as an arm. Su Zimo did not dodge nor retreat. His eyes shone brightly with a violent glint as he extended his arm and welcomed the strike. With a thunk, Su Zimo's arm swung out, resembling an elephant's trunk that was limp and weak. The moment the two arms made contact, Su Zimo's arm coiled and trembled. The mysterious luster on Lu Yun's hand dissipated instantly. Crack! 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 Even with the protection of his bracers, Lu Yun's arm was contorted with the bones inside shattered. All the bone fragments pierced out from his flesh in a bloodied, horrific manner. Ah! Lu Yun shrieked tragically as color drained from his face. After taking on demon form, Su Zimo's strength had not only increased from the burst of his blood qi, he had even unleashed a killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Swoosh! 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 A gust of wind blew behind Su Zimo's head, producing a vague stinging pain. He did not have to see to know that Di Xing must have attacked. Ha! With a sneer, Su Zimo rushed up without stopping at all after crippling Lu Yun's arm. Lu Yun grit his teeth and cold sweat poured from his head. As long as he could block Su Zimo for a moment, Di Xing's 10 bone spikes would descend before long and trap Su Zimo within. At that time, he would be able to escape. As a final gambit, Lu Yun punched out once again. Su Zimo's strength was not the only thing that increased after he took on his demon form, his speed increased as well. Instead of slowing down, Su Zimo hastened and his body curled into a spiral ball. His knee seemed to be in a kneeling position and it barely dodged Lu Yun's punch. As though he was propping up an immortal peach with his hands, Su Zimo arrived in front of Lu Yun and suddenly pushed both palms upwards against Lu Yun's chin. Snap! Instantly, Lu Yun's head was tossed back, his jaw smashed and his throat snapped on the spot. He was no longer breathing. Di Xing gasped when he saw that. Nobody could have imagined that a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator from Glass Palace that was known for their immense physiques would die in a single round of melee combat. A cold light tore through the air as 10 bone spikes chased relentlessly. Initially, they should have landed on Su Zimo's back. However, Su Zimo's body fell flat to the ground and he slithered forward, like an anaconda in the grass as he charged towards Di Xing. This time round, he evaded 9 bone spikes completely. Poof! 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 The 9 bone spikes pierced Lu Yun's body instead. The remaining bone spike was about to strike Su Zimo's head when the latter stretched out his right hand and allowed it to pierce his palm instead. It could not pierce through. A supreme-grade spirit weapon spike could not pierce through Su Zimo's right hand. In Di Xing's moment of daze, his vision blurred and a tall figure stood up from the ground, obstructing his view. It was too fast. Anyone within 10 feet would die instantly. Di Xing felt his heart sink. The next moment, a grisly red demonic chi rumbled and engulfed Di Xing within it. Chapter 388, Immortal Ruin. Chapter 388, Immortal Ruin. A moment later, the grisly red demonic chi dissipated, revealing 2 figures. Di Xing's eyes were widened with fright as 5 bloodied holes appeared at the top of his head, streaming with blood. He was already dead. With a shrug, Su Zimo's tendons and bone sounded and that gigantic body of his reverted to normal instantly. After changing into a fresh set of green robes, Su Zimo picked up the storage bags on the waists of the 2 men. He compared them before speeding forward. The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea was about 2 to 3 days away from Xuantian City on foot. Along the way, Su Zimo checked out Lu Yu and Di Xing's storage bags. Initially, he thought that it would be best if he could discover the weapon technique of Malevolent Earth Sect that could wield those 10 bone spikes. He could cultivate it and use it on his flying swords. That way, he would not only be able to conjure sword formations, but also burst forth with immense killing power with that weapon technique. To his disappointment, he found nothing worthwhile in their storage bags. However, Su Zimo could understand the logic behind it. The weapon technique of Malevolent Earth Sect was definitely a secret skill. There was no way it would be put in a storage bag casually. It was the same for Ethereal Peak's 3 secret skills. Even Golden Cores were not allowed to carry the secret skills with them, let alone Su Zimo and the others. Even though he managed to kill disciples of the Super Sects, Malevolent Earth Sect and Glass Palace, in this battle, Su Zimo had been self-reflecting. While he had been through countless battles ever since he started cultivating, he had rarely fought with disciples of these super sections. The only time was deep underground. 1 against 5, Su Zimo even managed to defeat 5 fiend heirs of the fiend sections. That battle created a false impression for him that even fiend sects were merely of that standard. In that case, there was nothing to fear about immortal sects and Buddhist monasteries. Furthermore, in recent years, Su Zimo never had the taste of failure within his same level and had even managed to kill opponents above his level. In his battle knowledge, he felt that he could make use of his movement techniques to shorten the distance between his opponents and kill them even if their cultivation realms were higher than his. However, this battle awakened Su Zimo and humbled him. Truly powerful opponents could restrict his movements and actions just by making use of brilliant weapon techniques. In fact, they can force him to have nowhere to hide, let alone get close. Di Xing's 10 bone spikes were swift, strong and had sharp angles. Their attacks were fluid as water with no delays between them. Su Zimo could barely deal with it, let alone get close to kill his opponents. That was precisely the terrifying and powerful aspect of chi refinement cultivators. Most cultivators were indeed weak in physique and would die if demon beasts closed into them, that was a fact. However, cultivators could make use of various spirit arts and weapons to restrict a demon beast's movements. Body-tempered cultivators and chi refinement cultivators had their own advantages and flaws. The stronger of the two would depend on which side had the stronger advantage. Take the battle earlier for example, Su Zimo could not deal with the attacks of the 10 bone spikes merely by activating his bloodline. However, after he took on demon form and burst with his blood chi, his strength and speed was raised by a level, magnifying his advantage as a body-tempered cultivator and allowing him to close in and kill his opponent. Di Xing and Lu Yu were enough to cause trouble for Su Zimo. If he was dealing with Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang, things would be even more difficult. Furthermore, Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect were only a part of the Immortal and Fiend sections. There were a total of 9 Immortal sects, 7 Fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries. All of those ancient sects had firm foundations and countless secret skills. What sort of methods would their legacy disciples possess and how terrifying would they be? Despite knowing that, Su Zimo's eyes had no trace of worry. Instead, they shone with a fervent gleam. On the surface, he had ventured deep into the ancient battlefield for a perfect meridian unlocking elixir. However, deep in his heart, Su Zimo wanted to witness the disciples of these super sects. He wanted to battle. He wanted to battle through the world. Deep in his bones, there was a pride that did not allow him to be weaker than others. Thanks to his strong stamina and physique, Su Zimo traveled day and night without resting. Even in the night, he didn't have any scruples. By emitting his immense demonic chi while traveling, few demon beasts dared to approach him. 2 days later, Su Zimo slowed down gradually and looked at the distant horizon with deep shock in his eyes. He had never seen the legendary Saber Mountain Spirit Sea before. However, the moment he arrived at this place, he already knew that the mountain and sea before him was the exact location. Before he even arrived, Su Zimo could hear the rumbling of the sea gushing and invigorating one's mind. The damp aura blew at his face. The aura was not merely damp air, it was damp spirit chi that was rich and pure. Could the boundless sea before me be made up of spirit chi entirely? Su Zimo could not help but feel shocked, and that thought crossed his mind. Right then, the sound of clothes flapping through the air rang. A few cultivators arrived and their conversation attracted Su Zimo. The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea is the sacred grounds for saber cultivators like us. Even if we can't obtain the inheritance of the Saber Emperor, we have to pay it a visit. It's said that in the ancient times, before the Saber Emperor left Tianhuang mainland, he used his supreme dermic powers and absorbed the spirit chi and minerals within 5,000 kilometers, forming a mountain and sea. It was because he did not want the way of the saber to be lost in Tianhuang mainland that he created this immortal ruin, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. That's amazing! Someone exclaimed. Su Zimo was shocked as well. What sort of prowess was it for someone to amass chi and minerals to form a sea and mountain with the flip of a hand? It was comparable to carrying a mountain burning the skies for rain to form an ocean. The most frightening thing was that this spirit sea was created countless years ago back in the ancient era. The sands of time erased countless major sects of the ancient era, leaving no trace behind. However, this ruin was still intact without any signs of drying up. If the legend was true, the Saber Emperor might have already surpassed the level of a cultivator. There has always been a saying in the cultivation world that at the end of the road, one would become the legendary immortal of the ethereal voids, growing old with unfailing ears and eyes. However, nobody could give a definite answer as to whether or not there were truly immortals. But to Su Zimo, even the immortal methods of the legends were nothing much. Now that he was here, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea brought a greater impact for Su Zimo. There were countless dark reefs near the shore. For some reason, the reefs were covered with marks of sharp weapons, etched in a shocking manner. The tides roared furiously with a majestic aura, crashing onto the shores and creating snow-like waves. On the horizon of the sea was a mountain that towered into the clouds. The shape of that mountain resembled a long saber that was stabbed into the sea. With a slender and precipitous blade, its handle was hidden in the clouds, barely visible. This was the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. Chapter 389, Indeed, You Have Come. Chapter 389, Indeed, you have come. The sword reigned supreme in Tianhuang mainland and there were extremely few pure saber cultivators, much less in the ancient battlefield. Although the ruin was left behind by the Saber Emperor, there were not many cultivators gathered here, merely a few thousand people gathered along the coastline. The strange thing was that most of the cultivators stood far away from the shore, seemingly afraid of the Spirit Sea as they pointed in hushed discussions. Because he had limited knowledge of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea, Su Zimo came beside the crowd and listened intently. The methods of the Saber Emperor are extraordinary to be able to condense qi into a sea. I'm sure the benefits of cultivating in this Spirit Sea must be immense. In the crowd, a skinny cultivator murmured deeply with bright eyes. Foo-foo. How ignorant. The moment he said that, the crowd started mocking him. The person who first spoke blushed and craned his neck, refuting, "What did I say wrongly? The spirit qi within the Spirit Sea is extremely rich and pure. However, it possesses boundless saber qi and is extremely sharp. You will have to receive the baptism of the saber qi the moment you enter the Spirit Sea. With your tiny frame, you will most likely explode a few steps into the Spirit Sea. There have been countless elites who have been buried in this Spirit Sea throughout history. You can try entering if you're not afraid of death." Su Zimo was enlightened. This was the reason why there were marks of sharp weapons on the reefs. It was because the Spirit Sea contained endless saber qi and cultivators with weak physiques could not handle it at all. If they stood too close to the shore, one might not be able to escape if a huge wave crashed and engulfed them within. A cultivator said in a deep voice, "This is a test left behind by the Saber Emperor. One will have to cross the Spirit Sea and ascend the Saber Mountain if they want to obtain his inheritance." Su Zimo looked into the distance. The Saber Mountain stood erect at the end of the Spirit Sea, truly far away and unreachable. "That's easy." The skinny cultivator pointed to the Saber Mountain and declared proudly, "We can just ride on our flying swords. Even though the Saber Mountain is far away, there's no way we wouldn't be able to reach it before nightfall." Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed once more. Someone shook his head. If the test left behind by the Saber Emperor was so simple, there wouldn't only have been a single person who received his inheritance from the ancient era till now, right? Before he finished, a cultivator arrived from far away, looking excited. Summoning a spirit saber from his storage bag, that person leaped onto it and channeled spirit energy before shouting softly, "Go." Shoo. He turned into a streak of light and crossed the Spirit Sea, flying towards the Saber Mountain. Most of the cultivators in the crowd had mocking expressions and smirked coldly, as if waiting to see a joke. Su Zimo knew that things were probably not so simple. Before he could complete his thought, the person froze in midair above the Spirit Sea and paused for a moment before falling in. No matter how that person struggled to channel spirit energy in midair, it was useless. He was swallowed by a wave before he even fell into the Spirit Sea. Ah! He floated on the Spirit Sea and let out an occasional scream before vanishing after a brief moment. The surface of the water was stained with blood that was gradually washed away by the surging waves. The skinny cultivator who first declared that he wanted to ride his flying sword across the Spirit Sea turned pale as sweat poured down from his forehead while he breathed hurriedly. Su Zimo was secretly shocked as well. The Spirit Sea was truly out to kill. That explains why nobody has tried to cross the Spirit Sea despite thousands of cultivators standing here. A cultivator at the side explained, "Flying is forbidden in the skies above the Spirit Sea. Even if you manage to enter it, you will still fall into the water. You're only asking for trouble trying to come up with tricks in the face of an emperor," someone else sneered. The skinny cultivator composed himself and asked again after a brief moment, "In that case, only disciples of body-tempering super sects such as Glass Palace and Overlord Palace can cross the Spirit Sea? It doesn't matter what sect you are from." Another cultivator explained, "Only saber cultivators are qualified to cross the Spirit Sea. Any other cultivator will be minced to death by the Saber Chi if they try to cross it forcefully. That's right. I heard that in the past, a paragon from Sword Sect tried to cross the Spirit Sea to challenge the Saber Emperor's authority. Before he was even 100 meters in, he was sliced apart by the Saber Chi and buried within the Spirit Sea. With that, Su Zimo had a rough understanding towards the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. First, one could not fly over. Second, one had to be a saber cultivator. Third, only those with a physique strong enough to withstand the baptism of the Saber Chi can cross the Spirit Sea and pass the Saber Emperor's test. In that case, he might truly be able to give it a shot. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze shifted towards a dark black reef by the shore. A man in blood-colored robes sat there with a long saber placed horizontally across his knees. His eyes were shut and his drenched black hair swayed casually, covering his face. Of the thousands of cultivators, this man was the only one who dared to sit on a reef by the shore regardless of the waves. Even though his clothes were long drenched, he seemed oblivious to the fact. There were more than 10 corpses behind this person. Some of them had clearly just died not long ago. When he looked at the person's back view, Su Zimo felt like he had seen this man somewhere before but could not recall where. After pondering for a moment, he looked at a cultivator beside him and asked softly, "Who's the blood-robed cultivator?" "That's a savage character." The cultivator whispered warily, "Do you see those corpses behind him? Those were cultivators who wanted to cross the Spirit Sea. However, they chose to start too close to him and were killed by him. Just because of that?" Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. If that was the only reason why this man went on a massacre, he was definitely not just savage. The cultivator pursed his lips and said, "Zenith Sect's fiend heir doesn't need reasons to kill. It's him." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The cultivator at the side continued, "There's a high chance he's going to cross the Spirit Sea and obtain the inheritance. I heard that the cultivator who managed to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance 1,000 years ago was from Zenith Sect as well." All of a sudden, the blood-robed cultivator who was seated on the reef with his eyes shut stood up and turned around slowly, looking in Su Zimo's direction. A top-tier expert as such would definitely sense something if someone was staring at him for a long time. Furthermore, at that moment, Su Zimo's mental state fluctuated slightly and there was even a hint of hostility in his eyes. When he saw the person's face, Su Zimo no longer had any doubts. The blood-robed cultivator was the fiend heir of Zenith Sect that he had fought underground back then. Fufufu. The blood-robed cultivator laughed and stared at Su Zimo. His eyes were bright and burned with excitement as he said slowly, "Indeed, you have come. I've been waiting for a long time." Chapter 390, Crossing the Spirit Sea. Chapter 390, Crossing the Spirit Sea. The moment he said that, the saber hovering in front of the cultivator buzzed loudly, emitting an extremely intense killing intent that sent shivers down one's spine. The group of cultivators who were originally standing beside Su Zimo dispersed in shock. The blood-robed cultivator's name was Baiyu. Back then, after the few of us escaped by chance, we thought that you were buried beneath. Baiyu's gaze was burning as he stuck out his grisly red tongue, revealing a set of pearly whites and a sinister smile. However, when I heard that Demonis G survived, I guessed instantly that you must have too. Su Zimo did not move and asked with a calm expression, "You knew that I was coming?" "Huh." Baiyu replied delightedly, "Given your potential and methods, there's no doubt you will enter the ancient battlefield. Furthermore, since you used sabers, you are a saber cultivator and will definitely come to the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea." The competition for the position of the fiend heir was extremely intense in the fiend sections. Almost all the fiend heirs got to their positions by trampling on countless corpses, none of them were common folks. It was especially so for Zenith Sect. For a sect that established its roots through killing, the competition between fellow disciples was even more cruel. As the fiend heir of Zenith Sect, there was no way he could swallow the indignance of losing to an unknown cultivator underground back then. Seems like the two of them have a deep feud. What is the background of that man? How is he still alive and well despite having a feud with the fiend heir of Zenith Sect? Far away, the cultivators discussed in groups. Baiyu's gaze darted past Su Zimo's waist and he could not help but scoff coldly when he did not catch sight of a sect badge. I don't care what your background is, today, I'm going to take your life to establish my Dao formation. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Su Zimo replied indifferently, if I can defeat you once, I can definitely defeat you again. The moment he said that, the crowd fell into an uproar. That man managed to defeat the fiend heir of Zenith Sect? What's his background? Do you need to ask? He's definitely a paragon from one of the 9 immortal sects. Clang! Clang! Without a second word, Su Zimo took out Blood Quencher from his storage bag. His spirit energy churned and the saber shone brightly like a frightening blood sun. A perfect 5 patterns with a torrential blood chi. The blood stench emitted by Baiyu was extremely similar to Baiyu's aura. Good saber, good saber. Baiyu's eyes lit up and he burst into laughter. That saber was practically custom-made for me. You think you're worthy of it? Su Zimo replied indifferently. Blood Quencher was refined by him personally. Right when he was about to fail, he infused his bloodline to condense the 5th spirit pattern, completing it. Su Zimo's bloodline was used to cultivate the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness and the Void Thunder Manual, and it possessed essence of the dragon race. Apart from him, there was no one in this world that was worthy of wielding it. Deploying Divine Steed Fleeting, Su Zimo lunged forward before releasing Plow Heaven Stride. He landed on a reef in front of Baiyu and stopped. Boom! The reef exploded. Blood Quencher descended from the sky and its blood beam exploded, engulfing Baiyu within it. Huh! He's only at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment? A 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator is actually challenging the fiend heir of Zenith Sect? How did he manage to survive to this point with his low cultivation realm? A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Clang! Baiyu did not retreat nor dodge. He propped up his supreme-grade saber with both arms and retaliated with a backhand slash. The sound of metal clashing overwhelmed the crowd's exclamations while silencing all their previous doubts. 7 spirit meridians shone beneath Baiyu's blood robes as spirit energy gushed, emanating a thick blood stench and almost materializing his killing intent. However, Baiyu did not have any advantage against Su Zimo's slash. Such terrifying melee combat strength. That person's bloodline. I seem to be hearing the sound of a tsunami in it. You must have heard wrongly. That must be the sound of the spirit sea. Tsunami blood, how could someone have cultivated their bloodline to that level? Baiyu's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Loosening his grip, Baiyu's saber left his hand and revolved around Blood Quencher's blade, aiming straight for Su Zimo's face. That attack was extremely strange and had surpassed Su Zimo's knowledge and expectation. Shocked, Su Zimo retreated hurriedly. Shing! Although he managed to dodge it in time, a cut was still made on his robes in front of his chest. His chest felt a chill and a slight sting. Baiyu scoffed coldly and did not bother to fight head-on with Su Zimo. Striding forward, he gripped his saber once more and his figure flashed. The next moment, he slashed down at Su Zimo's ribs with his saber's blade pointing up. Su Zimo frowned. Baiyu's saber technique was extremely lethal. However, the angles in which the blade came from were way too sharp and difficult to deal with. Su Zimo retreated once more. In the past, Su Zimo merely had to make use of his terrifying bloodline as well as his perfect spirit weapon, Blood Quencher, to cleave down in simple moves, and that was enough to take down his opponents. However, in the past few days, he realized his weakness after exchanging blows with disciples of Tianhuang mainland's top factions. He did not know any saber techniques at all and was full of openings. The moment he attacked, his opponents would locate his openings and deal him a fatal strike. Baiyu did not have to fight head-on and could force Su Zimo to retreat just by relying on his superior saber technique. Su Zimo did not even dare to retaliate with his saber. If he did, it would be a mistake. His openings would only be magnified and his situation would become much more dangerous. Baiyu's attacks were relentless and came in a flurry. Every single slash was a killing move with a murderous intent, causing blood stench to surge everywhere. If he was careless, Su Zimo could die on the spot. With the help of his spirit perception, Su Zimo managed to avoid a number of dangerous situations. Back then, underground, Su Zimo was able to fight against 5 men and even kill a fiend heir. But now, without the ancient spirit lock formation, the fiend heir of Zenith Sect could fight at his maximum strength and suppress Su Zimo completely with the help of his precise and sinister saber techniques. Even so, there was still no trace of panic in Su Zimo's eyes. It was simple for him if he wanted to break free of the current predicament. He could take on his demon form and burst forth with his blood chi. At that time, Su Zimo's strength and speed would be raised to another level and he could fight at melee range no matter the type of saber technique he had to face. However, there were many people around. If he were to take on demon form, he would most likely be an outcast in the ancient battlefield and Tianhuang mainland from now on. The second option he had was to cross the Spirit Sea. As he thought about it, Su Zimo already had a plan in mind. With a long howl, he retreated and dashed towards the Spirit Sea. What? That man wants to cross the Spirit Sea? Does he have a death wish? Now that he was worked up, there was no way Baiyu was going to let Su Zimo off as he hollered, "There's nowhere for you to run." One after another, the two of them appeared above the Spirit Sea in an instant. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and skipped on the waves with light treads. Sprinting towards the Saber Mountain, he was 5 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Baiyu bit his long saber with his mouth and sprawled like a water strider that was floating on the water. Gliding with his limbs, his speed was not slower than Su Zimo's. Chapter 391, Unwavering. Chapter 391, Unwavering. The Spirit Sea was definitely not a blessed place in the eyes of everyone. This was a place where countless elites and paragons have been consumed. Right now, there were few cultivators who dared to attempt it. Su Zimo and Baiyu's rush into the Spirit Sea one after another caused a commotion. Initially, the water surface merely surged with waves. However, after the two of them entered, the Spirit Sea seemed to have been agitated and turned tumultuous. Gigantic waves over 100,000 feet tall were formed, crashing down with tremendous auras. Su Zimo and Baiyu froze at the same time, looking at the towering wave before them with stunned expressions. This was the power of heaven and earth and was impossible for humans to resist. In the face of the raging wave, Su Zimo and Baiyu appeared tiny and insignificant. Bang! Boom! Boom! The massive wave crashed and absorbed the two of them into the sea. Even golden cores would find it hard to resist such power. Before he was sucked in, Su Zimo hurriedly took a deep breath of air and held it. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were devoured. Now that he truly entered the Spirit Sea, Su Zimo experienced the saber chi that those cultivators were talking about. Every single drop of seawater possessed an infinitely sharp intent, slicing at his body from all directions like a blade. Even with his powerful body, he could feel slight waves of pain. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If any ordinary cultivator were absorbed by the Spirit Sea, they would most likely be torn into pieces within 10 breaths. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's mind flashed with a warning as the water current behind him fluctuated unusually. it was as though an extremely sharp object was cutting through the waves towards him. It's Bai Yu. Even after entering the Spirit Sea, Bai Yu did not give up on hunting down Su Zimo. Su Zimo exerted all his force and leaped like a water dragon, resurfacing above the water. He tread on the water and continued sprinting towards the Saber Mountain. Bai Yu was hot on his heels. In front of them, the waves rumbled louder and louder. The ocean spray was like a white line between the sky and the sea, resembling a massive army charging at them with ferocious momentum. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo and Bai Yu were swallowed by the wave once more. They resurfaced time and again only to be eaten up by the waves repeatedly. Under the baptism of the endless Saber Chi, even Su Zimo was feeling pressured. The deeper into the Spirit Sea, the more terrifying the power of the waves became. The sea howled relentlessly and the waves surged, as if they could not calm down unless they ate Su Zimo and Bai Yu. The two of them slowed down. The distance between the two of them increased as well. In terms of physique, Bai Yu could not match Su Zimo's after all. By now, Bai Yu was already feeling a little exhausted and dizzy. The longer they were in the Spirit Sea, the more Saber Chi they would accumulate within their body. Once the limit it could endure was reached, the body would be shredded up by the endless Saber Chi, causing the flesh, tendons, bones and organs to be cut up. Bai Yu could already sense the Saber Chi of the Spirit Sea invading his organs. With a leap, he appeared on the surface of the sea and took a deep breath of air. There was a faint taste of salt at the bottom of his throat. I can't chase any more. Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat. He would still have a chance if he were to return to shore right now. If he truly entered the depths of the Spirit Sea, it would be too late even if he wanted to retreat at that time. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Su Zimo, who was still floating in the Spirit Sea. He was indignant that he could not get to kill Su Zimo personally. However, to him, Su Zimo would definitely die if the latter continued to advance. That was because the waves of the deep sea would only turn more ferocious and the Saber Chi would be even sharper. At that thought, Bai Yu scoffed coldly and turned for the shore. As for Su Zimo, he was getting further and further from the shore. Su Zimo did not bother about what Bai Yu did. In the Spirit Sea, given Bai Yu's physique, there was no way the latter could catch up to him. Su Zimo's attention was entirely focused on how he should deal with the waves crashing from all directions, on how he should pass the test to reach the Saber Mountain. After arriving on the shore, Bai Yu's face was pale as he assumed a lotus position right away to channel his bloodline so as to purge away the Saber Chi in his body. A long time later, thousands of cultivators stood at the shore and watched the tiny figure. All of them were shocked with agape mouths. 4 hours had passed and that man was still struggling through the Spirit Sea. This was an outcome that none of them had expected. At this moment, even though Su Zimo appeared tiny, none of them viewed him as a pathetic being. His unyielding will moved everyone. It was the same for the path of cultivation as well. If one did not have a will and determination as such, how could they reach the very end? Could he truly be able to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance? I don't think so. Throughout history, only one person has succeeded. This person can't do it. By the looks of it, I don't think he can hold out for much longer. Many cultivators discussed softly. Suddenly, Bai Yu opened his eyes and let out a long breath, adding a tinge of redness back to his face. He had finally expelled all the Saber Chi in his body after 4 hours of cultivation. However, during this period of time, Su Zimo was still advancing against the tide, fighting against the surging waves and the sharp Saber Chi. I don't believe that you'll be able to reach the Saber Mountain. Bai Yu glared ahead coldly and mumbled with grit teeth. Right then, another torrential wave surfaced on the sea far away, crashing heavily onto the figure. The figure shuddered and disappeared into the sea once more. This was a sight that the cultivators were numb and used to. Not long later, that figure would resurface once more. 15 minutes passed and nothing happened. After an hour, it was the same, the person seemed to have disappeared. The joy in Baiyu's eyes intensified. After 2 hours, the crowd was finally certain that the scholarly green-robed cultivator had perished in the spirit sea. Sigh, it's a little regrettable. If that person had a high cultivation realm, he might have truly passed the test. That's right, he was only at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. With that potential, his future accomplishments are limitless. The two cultivators spoke in a regretful tone. When he heard that, Baiyu, who was on a reef at the front, looked grim and killing intent surged within him. With a flash, he arrived before the two cultivators and cut twice without saying anything. Poof! Poof! Flashes of blood appeared. The two slashes were extremely fast. Coupled with the fact that the two cultivators were totally unprepared, their necks were sliced by Baiyu instantly and blood sprayed everywhere as they died on the shore with eyes widened in regret. The Tao of Zenith sect was to kill. If one wanted to kill, they killed, regardless of reason or explanation. The remaining cultivators were shocked and dispersed hurriedly, running as far as they could from Baiyu. Baiyu looked calm even after killing two people, as if he had done something perfectly normal. Returning to a reef, he continued cultivating with closed eyes. No one else knew. At the bottom of the spirit sea, a figure was walking forth, step by step. Stepping on the sand at the bottom of the sea, he wielded a blood-colored saber in his left hand. Although he was already covered with wounds, he continued forging ahead. The bottom of the spirit sea was dark and cold. Yet, those eyes shone with a bright light that was unwavering like a mountain. Chapter 392, Breakthrough. Chapter 392, Breakthrough. It was getting increasingly difficult to travel on the surface of the sea. The power of the waves was too strong and Su Zimo's body was already breaking apart from the relentless impacts, his organs were already shaking violently. He would definitely die if he continued that way. As such, Su Zimo could only take a deep breath of air and sink to the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea was filled with white bones. Those were the elites that have died in the spirit sea over countless years. Stepping on their bones, Su Zimo advanced slowly. The bottom of the sea was much calmer compared to the surface without any shocking or turbulent waves. However, there was the undercurrent. Deep in the sea, Su Zimo had to endure even more pressure with the endless saber chi alongside going against the current. There were countless times when he was pushed back by the undercurrent. However, each time, he got back up and continued advancing. As time passed by, the saber chi within Su Zimo's body was already at his limit. Wounds appeared on his flesh, blood vessels, tendons, bones and organs as the sharp saber chi crisscrossed. Su Zimo's skin had already split open and blood was oozing out. There were spiderweb-like cracks all over Su Zimo's body and it looked horrifying. He grunted and stopped in his tracks. If this continued, his life force would be completely destroyed by the saber chi. Su Zimo sat on the ground and burst forth with his power of blood chi. He was not worried about his demonic cultivation being exposed now that he was at the bottom of the sea. The sound of tsunami, rumbling thunder, tigers and leopards as well as an odd sound that was rather familiar emanated out from his body in a terrifying manner. Dragon's roar. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. This fourth sound was the dragon's roar that he had heard back in the primordial ruins. It possessed a vastness, majesty and solemnness that came from the primordial era. The half a dragon's egg that Su Zimo ate left an irremovable mark in his body. At the same time, he began to circulate the mental technique of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. If he wanted to survive, he would first have to suppress the saber chi within him. From the initial body tempering section, he carried on with tendons transformation, bone strengthening, marrow cleansing, organs refinement and finally ended at orifice clearing. Su Zimo chanted the 6 sutras internally and circulated their mantras mentally, cycling them continuously within his body. A wild bovine demon king appeared behind Su Zimo. Plowing through the heavens, its horns were sharp as spears as it raised its head furiously, threatening to tear the firmaments apart. After a slight delay, another phantom appeared. This time round, it was a massive bear demon that stood upright and howled into the skies. Right after, an anaconda circled around with cold eyes. A towering ape demon stood with bloodshot eyes, roaring in an untamed manner as it pounded its chest and stomped its feet. The dull thuds produced sounded like a god drumming from the heavens. On his back, a divine steed with bone spikes galloped over, cracking the voids everywhere its hooves landed in a frightening manner. Right after, the phantoms of the white tiger and spirit leopard appeared, bearing their menacing fangs as they lunged over. Billions of lightning bolts coiled around Su Zimo's body blindingly. In that sea of lightning, the phantoms of countless demon kings appeared, howling into the skies with endless might as they fought against the saber chi within Su Zimo's body. In front of everyone, the surface of the sea that had returned to normalcy suddenly started surging once more with torrential waves without any warning at all. It was as though a terrifying life form of the ancient era was awakening at the bottom of the sea. Could that man be alive? It can't be, right? The cultivators were filled with doubt. Bayu's eyes flashed with suspicion. Deep in the sea, saber chi streaked rampantly, leaving wounds both inside and outside Su Zimo's body. His bloodline rumbled and wounds were healed to normal the moment they oozed with traces of blood. Destruction and repair, destruction and repair. The cycle continued. Intense pain stimulated Su Zimo's nerves. However, his gaze was only burning brighter. Su Zimo's blood, flesh, tendons, bones, meridians and organs underwent a transformation once more under the cycle. It wouldn't be long before his mouth orifice would be cleared as well. Whether or not he obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance, this was not a trip in vain. There was no way he would be able to clear his mouth orifice within a month without pressure as such. A long time later, Su Zimo's body shuddered and he suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a howl. Given the terrifying pressure of his surroundings, seawater would gush in the moment he opened his mouth. Doing it was simply courting death. However, as he howled, the phantoms of the demon kings behind him howled at the same time. A tremendous sound wave was released, causing endless ripples and forced back the seawater around him. His mouth orifice was cleared. At this point of his cultivation, of the 7 orifices, his eye orifices were the only ones yet to be cleared. After howling, the seawater drowned Su Zimo in an even more turbulent manner, crashing repeatedly. As though it was provoked, the saber chi turned even wilder. Crack! 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 The phantom of the demon kings dispersed. The next moment, an even more terrifying aura appeared. Behind Su Zimo, a blood-colored butterfly appeared. It seemed illusory and surreal with 2 crescent moons imprinted on its wings. Instantly, the seawater calmed down, frozen solid as though it was shocked by the aura. The blood-colored butterfly flapped its wings gently and the saber chi within Su Zimo's body was suppressed, going silent instantly. With that, the blood-colored butterfly disappeared, as though it had never appeared to begin with. Now that the saber chi was no longer aggressive, all that remained within Su Zimo's body was the purest spirit energy. It was as vast as the sea. The spirit energy within Su Zimo's dantian was increasing rapidly. He had just advanced to 5 meridian foundation establishment. But right now, his 5th spirit meridian was completely filled with pure and rich spirit energy. As spirit energy surged, his 6th spirit meridian started to appear faintly. A long time later, there was a loud boom. The 6th spirit meridian was unlocked beneath his green robes. 6 meridian foundation establishment. Su Zimo was stunned. He had broken through in both his immortality and demonic cultivation. Although he was now at the bottom of the sea, the pressure he was experiencing decreased greatly. Su Zimo continued advancing against the currents. Before long, the spirit sea changed once more. As though an invisible pair of hands had reached into the spirit sea to stir it forcefully, a gigantic vortex was formed, affecting the entire sea. Su Zimo was sucked into it and merely felt the world spin. His entire body was contorted by the power of the vortex and felt like it was about to explode. His tendons and bones sounded at the same time as his organs shifted positions. Hurriedly, Su Zimo released his blood qi to contain the injuries within his body. He channeled the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and his head shone with 5 mysterious glows. Of the 7 orifices, only his eye orifices were dim without light. If he had not broken through earlier on, Su Zimo would have been shredded after being sucked in by the vortex. The change in the spirit sea attracted countless stares once more. The vortex was way too terrifying, resembling a black hole that threatened to devour the entire universe. How could this be? I heard from my master that 1,000 years ago, a similar phenomenon appeared after the cultivator who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance entered the spirit sea. You mean to say? Look! There seems to be someone inside the vortex. On the reef, Bayu's expression turned extremely terrible. Chapter 393, Sea Calming Manual. Chapter 393, Sea Calming Manual. Initially, Su Zimo was already experiencing pressure from the water resistance at the bottom of the sea. That pressure was the reason why he was able to clear his mouth orifice, one of the 7 orifices. After he was sucked into the vortex, Su Zimo experienced even greater pressure, and with no other choice, he could only channel the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness furiously to deal with it. Flesh and blood expansion, twitching of tendons, trembling of bones, swapping of blood in the marrow, refinement of the 5 organs and clearing of the 7 orifices. Under the stimulation of the vortex, endless demonic qi rushed towards his head, striking the eye orifices again and again. After a long time, Su Zimo, who was trapped uncontrollably within the vortex, opened his eyes suddenly and 2 divine lights burst forth, illuminating the entire dark sea. All 7 of his orifices were cleared. His skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, organs and orifices entered a synthetic relationship, forming a major heavenly cycle within his body and attaining lesser mastery of the orifice-clearing section. Although the vortex was still present, Su Zimo was rooted to the spot. He did not budge no matter how the seawater washed, spun and twisted around him. Now that his 7 orifices were cleared, the feeling of dizziness vanished instantly. In a moment of emotion, Su Zimo could not help but roar into the skies. His roar was so high-pitched that it pierced through metal and cracked rocks. In fact, it overwhelmed the surging sound of the sea. The cultivators who were standing at the shore could not help but shiver with shocked expressions when they heard the howl. They no longer had any doubts. That man is still alive. Is he going to be the second person to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance? The fiend heir of Zenith Sect, Bayu, sat on the reef, looking grim in silence. Look! Suddenly, someone yelled and pointed to the depths of the spirit sea. Everyone looked over and saw that the vortex that resembled a black hole was moving slowly towards the Saber Mountain, as if it was being pushed by some unknown force. What's going on? Everyone was confused and could not understand what was happening. If any cultivator could fly above the spirit sea and look down at that moment, they would be greeted with a shocking sight. In the middle of the vortex, a green-robed cultivator was striding casually at the bottom of the sea. Hands behind his back, his eyes were bright and he was surrounded by demonic qi. Each step he took pushed the vortex forward a little bit. The entire spirit sea was being moved by him. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, a day and night had passed. By now, the vortex had arrived at the foot of the Saber Mountain, and in front of everyone, a black dot figure walked out from the spirit sea towards the mountain. He had passed. After 1,000 years, there was another cultivator who passed the Saber Emperor's test and was about to obtain the latter's inheritance. At the shore, many cultivators were dumbstruck and their eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes and his gaze shimmered. Nobody knew that the shock in his heart was even greater right now. It was because he had heard that 1,000 years ago, the senior from Zenith's sect who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance was completely exhausted by the time he crossed the Spirit Sea. He had to rest for 7 days to recover his energy before ascending the mountain. But right now, this man before him actually had the energy to ascend the mountain right after crossing the Spirit Sea. He has to die. Closing his eyes, Bai Yu thought to himself. He knew slightly more about the Saber Emperor's inheritance than the other cultivators. It was said that the Saber Emperor left 2 secret arts at the top of the mountain. One of them was a secret mental technique and was already obtained by the senior from Zenith's sect. It was said that the other one was a saber technique with 5 stances. In other words, the inheritance that Su Zimo was about to acquire was the 5 stances. The more profound a saber technique was, the harder it would be grasp it. Furthermore, there were different levels of mastery to the saber technique as well. Bai Yu believed that even if Su Zimo managed to learn the 5 stances in the short term, he would not be able to master the essence of it. Since his cultivation realm is still low and he isn't familiar with the saber technique yet, now is the best chance to kill him. Taking a deep breath of air, Bai Yu assumed a lotus position. He planned on waiting by the shore to kill Su Zimo the moment the latter returned with the inheritance. Mountain Peak. It was empty and desolate with a single stone tablet. The stone tablet was etched with a vivid painting. It was a burly man bearing his chest uninhibitedly as he sat alone by the seaside. With a saber laid horizontally across his knees, he held a jar of wine in his left hand and watched the sea wistfully with a hint of worry. Although he had never seen the Saber Emperor in person, Su Zimo knew the moment he saw the painting that the burly man was the Saber Emperor. Walking forward, Su Zimo stroked the stone tablet gently with his palm. The coarse surface of the stone tablet related to him the signs of time passing by. Suddenly, Su Zimo froze on the spot. A thought surged into his mind. Somebody else has finally arrived here after 1,000 years, sigh. That sigh was one of gratification and emotion, but mostly of relief. The ancient war destroyed the Tao of the 100 weapons, leaving the sword to reign supreme. I am about to cross far beyond the South Sea and I don't wish for the way of the saber to be lost in Tianhuang mainland. As such, I've left behind my inheritance. There are 2 manuals here that await those with affinity. Su Zimo knew that this was only a remnant thought left behind by the Saber Emperor. The first manual, the title manual, is a secret mental technique that has already been imparted to that person 1,000 years ago. The second manual, the Sea Calming Manual, is a saber technique with 5 stances. Today, I shall impart it to you. Suddenly, the voice vanished and an image appeared before Su Zimo's eyes. The burly man stood on the Saber Mountain, holding the saber casually as he leaped into the Spirit Sea. His eyes shone brightly and the wistfulness in his eyes was gone, replaced with a sharp glint as he charged against the current and slashed forward. Swoosh! The seawater split to the sides, creating a blank area. Whipping the saber to cut the water. At the same time, the Saber Emperor's voice sounded, first stance of the Sea Calming Manual, Countercurrent. After Countercurrent, the Saber Emperor waved the saber and circled around his body. Instantly, the seawater stirred up huge waves that splashed in all directions. Second stance of the Sea Calming Manual, Raging Tides. Immediately after, the Saber Emperor retracted his saber and slashed forward once more. The angle of this slash was unique, as if it was striking thin air as it twisted and spun. As the slash landed, the Spirit Sea started spinning, forming a gigantic vortex as though it was pulled by something. Third stance of the Sea Calming Manual, Vortex. Upon seeing this, Su Zimo suddenly had an epiphany. He had experienced those stances personally in the process of crossing the Spirit Sea. Crossing the Spirit Sea was not just a test, but also an inheritance on its own. Fourth stance of the Sea Calming Manual, Ripple. Fifth stance of the Sea Calming Manual, Sea Calming. In the blink of an eye, all 5 stances were performed. The Saber Emperor's voice continued ringing, although there are only 5 stances to the Sea Calming Manual, my life's knowledge has been infused in them. It's the great Tao of the Saber created by simplifying everything and returning to the basics. If you are able to comprehend the first 4 stances, that will be enough for you to roam freely in the cultivation world. If you can comprehend the final stance, even the world will be your oyster. Chapter 394, Imminent Danger. Chapter 394, Imminent Danger. In the Tao of the 100 weapons, be it the sword or the saber, there are 3 levels of mastery to them: form, force and intent. The Saber Emperor's voice continued sounding. By form, it means the stance of the saber techniques. This is the most superficial of the mastery levels, and as long as a cultivator is willing to practice diligently, they will be able to attain proficiency and utilize it naturally. Force is the 2nd level and is rather abstract. It could be understood as the force of the chi, aura or sound, and it's not something that everyone can achieve. Some people spend their entire lives without understanding the meaning behind the idea of force. At the level of force, the might of your saber technique will be even mightier, reaching a whole new tier of mastery. The 3rd level is intent. Similar to sword intent, the saber has saber intent as well. Simply put, this is the realm of one's intent, and it's formless and ethereal. A single slash can contain the might of the universe. The obscurity of the intent realm can only be understood after one cultivates their essence spirit. One had to be at nascent soul realm at the very least if they wanted to achieve the 3rd level of mastery. For now, Su Zimo did not have to think about that at all. Right now, all he had to do was master the first 2 levels of cultivating saber techniques. Whipping out Blood Quencher, Su Zimo recalled the 5 stances performed by the Saber Emperor and began practicing on the mountain peak. As the Saber Emperor had said, even though there were only 5 simple stances, executing a perfect version of even one of them was extremely difficult. At the same time, Su Zimo finally understood why the Saber Emperor had to lay down a test as such. The Sea Calming Manual's requirement on one's physique was way too high. Although Countercurrent was a starting move, a person's arm would explode if their physique was not strong enough. Even after lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section, Su Zimo could only use it while channeling his bloodline. That single slash required every single muscle on his body to move. Of course, that was not the only difficulty to executing a perfect version of the stance. There must not be any deviations to the degree of his motions, the timing and angle of his slash as well as the strength used. Any single mistake and the saber technique would not be able to be executed. Su Zimo practiced repeatedly. Fortunately, he had experienced Countercurrent, Raging Tides, Vortex and Ripple personally while crossing the Spirit Sea, and they were comparatively simpler to understand. After 10 days of not resting and sleeping, Su Zimo could finally manage to perform the first 4 stances. Although he was not entirely familiar with the first 4 moves, a little inexperienced in fact, he had still succeeded. However, during this period of time, no matter how Su Zimo adjusted, recalled and practiced, he could not perform the final stance, Sea Calming. Although it was a simple slash, Su Zimo could not do it no matter what. He was not discouraged. According to the Saber Emperor, Sea Calming was the essence of the Sea Calming Manual, and the world would be one's oyster if they could comprehend it. What sort of a level was that? It was most likely beyond everything that Su Zimo knew. In that 10 days, apart from Su Zimo, there was also a burly man on the peak, watching Su Zimo practice silently without saying a single word. After 10 days, when he saw that Su Zimo was able to perform the first 4 stances of the Saber technique completely, a look of comfort finally flashed through the burly man's eyes. "Very good, you are very good." The Saber Emperor nodded and his voice gradually dimmed. At the same time, his figure faded rapidly and disappeared from the world. Retracting his saber, Su Zimo bowed deeply in the direction where the figure of the Saber Emperor disappeared. The next moment, the Saber Mountain collapsed and the Spirit Sea evaporated. Standing on thin air, Su Zimo felt a sense of sadness fill him. After imparting the title and sea calming manual, the final traces of that supreme paragon of the ancient era had disappeared from Tianhuang mainland as well. On the shore, many cultivators looked at the scene unfold with shock and remained silent for a long time. The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea disappeared before their very eyes at a visible speed. The Saber Mountain crumbled into rubble and the Spirit Sea dried up, with Spirit Qi returning to nature. From this day forth, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea no longer existed in Tianhuang mainland. It was fortuitous that everyone managed to witness it. Descending on the ground, Su Zimo fell into deep thought, pondering about the second level stated by the Saber Emperor, force. Under normal circumstances, there was no need for Su Zimo to try and comprehend the second level since he was still very amateurish with the first 4 stances and had yet to achieve the first level. However, he felt a sense of déjà vu towards the comprehension of force. Back when he was studying in Pingyang Town, Su Zimo often practiced calligraphy. In calligraphy, there was a saying of the 9 forces, relating to the movement of the brush tips and the way of writing. The 9 forces were about mastering the landing, reverse, hiding of the tip, protecting the body, weakening the stroke, raising the brush, the ending stroke and the horizontal finish. Even without the guidance of a master, one can arrive at the sweet spot of calligraphy as long as they practice diligently. In reality, the forces mentioned by the Saber Emperor as well as the 9 forces of calligraphy were rather similar. In the world, there were many theories that were interconnected. That was also what the common saying in the cultivation world, "all things come together," meant. Under normal circumstances, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to comprehend the meaning of force, much less attempt at that level, without first familiarizing themselves with their saber techniques. However, Su Zimo was a scholar before entering the cultivation world and had studied the 9 forces of calligraphy before. The concept of force was not one that Su Zimo was foreign with. Therefore, he attempted to comprehend the meaning of force before he was familiar with the saber techniques of the sea calming manual, trying to grasp at something. Closing his eyes, Su Zimo entered an indescribable state of bliss. This was an extremely rare state of enlightenment. He would definitely gain something the moment he awakened. After the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea vanished, Su Zimo had already attracted everyone's attention. When he entered the enlightenment state, everyone was in an uproar. Entering that state right now was definitely trouble rather than blessing for Su Zimo. There was no one around Su Zimo to protect him and any external stimulation could disrupt his enlightenment process, putting his efforts to vain. Furthermore, that was secondary. The most important thing was that someone was out to take his life. Since the heavens want you to die, you can't blame me. Baiyu smiled sinisterly and in a flash, pulled out a cold gleaming saber from his storage bag, speeding towards Su Zimo. When he approached, Baiyu slashed horizontally. That slash was not fast nor was it strong. Furthermore, it did not have any killing intent at all. Baiyu was worried of alarming Su Zimo who was in his enlightenment state, changing the current situation. He wanted to kill in stealth. Su Zimo's eyes were still tightly shut, as if he had not realized that danger was knocking right on his door. At the sight of that, many cultivators shook their heads and sighed. Initially, Su Zimo was the envy of many after obtaining the Saber Emperor's inheritance. However, who would have thought that he would die in the blink of an eye? At the end of the day, fate had played a trick on him. Bai Yu smirked in glee when he saw that the blade was about to slice Su Zimo's throat. "You're still going to die in my hands even if you've obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance." Bai Yu sneered. Just as the blade was about to cut Su Zimo's throat, the latter's figure suddenly retreated without warning and narrowly avoided that fatal strike. Narrowing his gaze, Bai Yu's expression changed. Chapter 395, Countercurrent Force. Chapter 395, Countercurrent Force. Bai Yu could clearly see that the blade had already cut off the hair on Su Zimo's skin. A slight inch forward was all that was required to slice the latter's throat. However, the attack had still missed. It was a mere centimeter gap. The strangest thing was that Su Zimo had not opened his eyes throughout the entire process. It was as though he had dodged the attack subconsciously. With a lowered head, Su Zimo resembled a meditating old monk, immersed in his own world and totally oblivious to his surroundings. Still trying to gain enlightenment? Bai Yu sneered and no longer concealed the killing intent in his heart. Channeling his bloodline, his spirit saber buzzed and trembled, cutting toward Su Zimo with full force as it shimmered brightly with spirit light. The attack was extremely fast and was almost instant. Swash! Su Zimo's expression was unchanged and his body fluttered like a willow catkin, evading that murderous attack from Bai Yu with his eyes still closed. Bai Yu frowned. He truly could not comprehend Su Zimo's current state. Su Zimo's eyes were closed and could not see the trajectory of the saber. Even if he was making use of his hearing to judge the wind, there was no way he would be able to dodge the attack as such. However, for some reason, he avoided it again. If the first time was a coincidence, the consecutive 2 attacks. Dodge? Let's see how long more you can manage to dodge. Bai Yu strode forward and his saber trembled, giving off the faint stench of blood and enveloping Su Zimo within it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bai Yu struck consecutively, unleashing Zenith Saber, his Sect's secret skill. The slashes were relentless, fatal and came at sinister angles. Despite the circumstances, Su Zimo did not open his eyes and continued retreating. However, as time passed by, the available space for Su Zimo to dodge diminished and he was gradually shrouded by Bai Yu's saber technique with nowhere to run. All the cultivators watching were puzzled by the fight. To be exact, it wasn't a fight. After all, one party was dodging right from the start without attacking at all. That person sure has guts. To think that he's still trying to get enlightened at a time like this. He really has a death wish. His eyes are clearly closed, but it seems as though he can sense danger. It's as though he's got some divine sense. How did he do it? To everyone, it seemed as if Su Zimo had keen senses that allowed him to dodge with ease. In truth, Su Zimo was currently in a pseudo-state of slumber. The moment Bai Yu attacked him, his spirit perception had already warned him and he could have awakened completely from his state of enlightenment. However, this was an extremely rare opportunity. Su Zimo could sense that he was just a little bit away from understanding the secret of force. Therefore, Su Zimo forcefully ignored the disruptions of the outside world, dodging subconsciously with his sharp spirit perception while wholeheartedly focusing on his enlightenment. It was an extremely dangerous decision and one that was overly mad. Any single mistake and he would be dead on the spot. By then, whether or not he was enlightened would no longer have any meaning. The reason why he could hold out for so long against the attacks of Zenith Sect's heir was because he had cleared his 7 orifices and attained lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section, resulting in an increase of his strength and speed. However, he was bound to fall if this carried on. Bai Yu's saber techniques turned increasingly lethal as the blood stench of his blade increased. Su Zimo's available space to retreat shrank repeatedly and he was now only moving around an extremely limited radius. It was a highly dangerous situation. However, he had yet to comprehend the secret behind force. He had to make a decision. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Baiyu's attacks resembled the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea, surging forward wave after wave relentlessly. Su Zimo recalled the difficulty he had advancing at the bottom of the sea against the undercurrent, and suddenly, thoughts of realization entered his mind. Countercurrent stance. The secret of the stance was mostly in the word counter. What was counter? The fact that cultivators wanted to abandon their mortal bodies to become immortal and break free from the constraints of the universe, that was counter. Counter meant not retreating and fighting furiously forward. Su Zimo's entire journey had been one of countering. Back in Pingyang town, his knees refused to buckle and his spine refused to bend against perfected being Tsang Lang's bullying. That was his counter. Countering meant an immensely fearless aura. In truth, everything that happened in Pingyang town back then could not be hidden from Daiyu's senses. Back then, if Su Zimo had chosen to kneel and submit, Daiyu would have killed perfected being Tsang Lang on the spot, ending her karma with Su Zimo before leaving. However, the counter that Su Zimo made was the reason why he received Daiyu's acknowledgement and changed his fate. One could only change their fates by countering the heavens. One could only obtain the rights to change their fates if they dared to counter even the heavens. Those who obeyed the will of the heavens would become mortals, while those who countered it would become immortals. Countering meant not bowing down, not retreating, not fearing, not buckling. It was an invincible march of courage and strength forward. The countercurrent stance could counter the situation. At that moment, Su Zimo no longer had anywhere to run or hide. When he saw that, Baiyu's eyes shone with a frenzied glint as he laughed menacingly. Nowhere left to hide, eh? Now, die. Swoosh. The saber in Baiyu's hands slashed forward with multiple afterimages and blood chi spread, filling the skies with the stench of blood. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's eyes jerked open. His eyes were clear and bright, like crystals deep in the sea that shone with a mysterious luster. There was no trace of fear nor panic in them. When he saw those eyes, a sense of uneasiness flashed through Baiyu's heart. Unknowingly, perhaps when Su Zimo opened his eyes, a blood-colored saber had appeared in his hands. Its blade was gigantic and shone with 5 spirit lights in a bedazzling manner. Countercurrent. Su Zimo said calmly and waved casually. Swoosh. As Blood Quencher moved, there was a sound of tide surging in a reverse current coming from its blade. Initially, Baiyu had the advantage with his domineering momentum. However, the situation between them was instantly reversed with Su Zimo's slash. A torrential force crushed forward like a surging tide alongside Blood Quencher. All the afterimages from Baiyu's saber disappeared instantly. The blood stench emitted from his saber was washed away completely by the invisible tide as well. Against that massive force, Baiyu's saber technique appeared simple and weak. Saber force. Baiyu's eyes widened in shock. How was that possible? He joined Zenith Sect when he was 5 years old and had been practicing with a saber since then. After being immersed in the way of the saber for dozens of years, he had merely reached the peak of the first level of mastery of the saber and had not managed to reach the secret of force yet. However, the person before him had comprehended the meaning of saber force after cultivating for a mere 10 days. In the face of the saber force, all saber techniques were merely in form no matter how precise they were. The two sabers collided. Clang! Baiyu's body shuddered and his face turned incomparably pale. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he flew away limply and his gaze dimmed. Pust! The cultivators watching were dumbstruck. A single slash. Baiyu's initial advantage was gone after Su Zimo opened his eyes, and within a single slash, he was the one that was sent flying and severely injured. Chapter 396, Change in Xuantian City. Chapter 396, change in Xuantian city. The difference was too great. Initially, Bai Yu's only advantage was in his Saber technique. But now, after Su Zimo comprehended the countercurrent force, Bai Yu's advantage was non-existent. Furthermore, Su Zimo's strength had increased significantly after attaining lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section. Right now, he was crushing Bai Yu completely. Even though it was just a single slash, he had already injured Bai Yu severely. With a cold gaze, Su Zimo flashed forward and raised his saber, chasing after Bai Yu. Bai Yu's face was ghastly pale with fear. Looking at Su Zimo, who was charging over, his eyes flashed with determination as he bit his tongue gently, spitting out a stream of essence blood. Dong! 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 Bai Yu's chest heaved up and his heart pounded furiously. With every single pound, new blood would course through his limbs. On the surface of the blood burned a thin layer of flames that possessed endless energy. Blood escape? Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. He knew the best about the secret skill used by Bai Yu. In that ancient coffin underground, Su Zimo obtained the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, and this secret skill was recorded in it. Back then, during the battle at Dongling Valley, Su Zimo also relied on blood escape to escape, ending up in the capital of Great Zhou by chance and avoiding his disaster. Once released, blood escape would burn up a third of the body's bloodline in exchange for a momentary speed burst, allowing one to escape hundreds of kilometers away. Shoo! Bai Yu turned into a streak of blood and sped off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had already fled 1,000 feet away. It was too fast. Back then, Su Zimo even managed to shrug off golden cores with the speed he gained by using blood escape. Right now, Su Zimo had two options if he wanted to chase Bai Yu. First, turn into his demon form and unleash his blood chi. Second, unleash blood escape as well in pursuit. After considering carefully, he found neither options feasible. The first option would bring him too much trouble since there were thousands of cultivators around. The second option was not worth it. After a slight delay, Su Zimo gave up on hunting Bai Yu and put away his blood quencher, pulling out a gigantic moon-white bow from his storage bag. The fact that he did not continue chasing did not mean that Su Zimo was going to let Bai Yu off. He bent the bow and loaded an arrow. 5 spirit lights shone in Su Zimo's embrace, as if he was hugging a full moon. Swoosh! A sharp arrow tore through the air. It was a heart-piercing arrow. Given Su Zimo's arm strength, coupled with the quasi-connate spirit weapon, Moon Concealment Bow, the arrow shot out at lightning speed, piercing towards Bai Yu's back. Bai Yu, who was in blood escape, sensed something and crushed a protection talisman. Boom! The arrow exploded with a loud bang after striking the protection talisman. Bai Yu's body shuddered and he coughed out blood once more, staggering and nearly falling. Laughing into the skies, Su Zimo declared loudly, "All right, you're lucky since you've managed to dodge that arrow. I'll spare your life today. Also, it's all thanks to your help that I'm able to comprehend the countercurrent force." If it wasn't for Bai Yu's relentless attacks that forced Su Zimo to have nowhere to retreat, he might not have been able to gain enlightenment on the force that could counter that desperate situation. Bai Yu paused slightly and turned to look at Su Zimo with a hateful gaze. Sensing Bai Yu's gaze, Su Zimo smiled faintly. "You had better hide yourself in the ancient battlefield from now on. Don't let me see you again or you won't even get the chance to release blood escape the next time we meet." Gritting his teeth hatefully, Bai Yu roared and turned forward to continue sprinting. That speck of blood in the air disappeared from everyone's sights before long. In reality, Bai Yu was most likely doomed even without Su Zimo chasing him. The sequela of blood escape was rather terrifying. Be it humans or demons, burning up a third of their bloodlines would cause them to turn extremely weak. Dangers lurked everywhere in the ancient battlefield. Unless Bai Yu manages to find an absolutely safe place before blood escape ends, he would be dead without a doubt. Putting away the moon concealment bow, Su Zimo left leisurely in front of everyone's shocked gazes. He had received immense gains for this trip. Right now, the only things left to do was to familiarize himself with the 5 stances and comprehend the force of the other 4 stances. Every stance corresponded to a different force. Naturally, the intents were different as well. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo compared against the map and sped towards Xuantian city. I've only left the city for 10-some days. I hope nothing has changed. That was what Su Zimo hoped. North of Xuantian city. Back hall of Elixir Yang Sect. It was a hubbub of noise, with cultivators berating occasionally in a seemingly furious tone. There were even the roars of spirit beasts mixed in, and it was shocking. In a corner of the back hall, a woman was leaning to the side. She had a petite frame, her face was pale, her lips were purple and her eyes were tightly shut. It was unknown if she was alive. That was Su Xiaoning. In front of Xiaoning was a tall and strong demon beast with pitch-black scales all over its body. It resembled a wolf and a tiger with extremely sharp claws and teeth as it surveyed the surrounding with its pitch-black eyes in hostility. That was none other than Night Spirit. Night Spirit stood in front of Xiaoning and its tail swayed gently with traces of blood shimmering at its tip. Not far in front of Night Spirit, a corpse laid on the floor with Elixir Yang Sect's badge on his waist. There was a bloodied hole in his glabella with warm blood oozing out of it. It was clear that the person was just killed by Night Spirit not long ago. Yan Jun stood opposite Night Spirit along with a group of Elixir Yang Sect disciples, all of them looking furious and agitated. Damned beast, you truly don't know what's good for you, just like your master. Yan Jun scolded coldly. A cultivator shouted, Beast, how dare you kill a disciple of Elixir Yang Sect? You'll pay for his life with yours. The other cultivators pointed at Night Spirit and scolded as well. Although each of them wielded their flying swords, none of them dared attack recklessly. Everyone had witnessed the way the cultivator from earlier died. He was killed by Night Spirit before he could even take out his flying sword. Sensing the hostility from everyone present, Night Spirit's gaze was cold as it opened its mouth slightly, letting out a chilling growl from the depths of its throat. Given Night Spirit's violent character, it should be engaged in a massacre right now instead of enduring the scoldings and humiliation of these cultivators. There were multiple times when Night Spirit lowered its body, entering a stance prepared to pounce. However, it swallowed everything back inside. It turned back and glanced at Su Xiaoning from time to time, worried about her safety. In fact, there was a trace of worry and guilt in its eyes. Night Spirit patrolled around Xiaoning. From that angle, it could block against any incoming threats. Right then, an Elixir Yang Sect disciple came beside Yan Jun and said deeply, Senior Brother Yan, let's ignore that Su Zimo and join hands to kill this demon beast. No matter how strong this beast is, there's no way it can defend against so many of us, right? That's right. Another cultivator nodded. We can't let Junior Brother Pooh die just like that. Everyone, let's work together to kill this beast as revenge for Junior Brother Pooh. With a darkened expression, Yan Jun pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he raised his palm and said coldly, Everyone, prepare. Chapter 397, Good Kill. Chapter 397, Good Kill. Hold on. A figure strode in swiftly from outside the door. Although she wore men's clothes, her eyes resembled a painting and her features were delicate. That was none other than the commander of Elixir Yang Sect, Tang Yu. Sweeping her gaze, she frowned when she saw the dead Elixir Yang Sect disciple on the floor. When she finally caught sight of Xiaoning, her expression changed starkly as she yelped, Purple corpse corrosion poison. Uncle Liang nodded with a grim expression. Her face is pale and her lips are purplish. That's right, it should be one of Poison Sect's 7 lethals, the purple corpse corrosion poison. Tang Yu was initially in seclusion cultivation but only found out that something big had happened after she was summoned urgently. She heard from her fellow disciples that Xiaoning was met with an attack on the long street at the city's north. Although the attacker was killed by Night Spirit on the spot, Xiaoning was inflicted by the poison. To think that it's poisoned Sect. Tang Yu's face darkened with a terrible expression. Right now, the north side of Xuantian city was watched over by Elixir Yang's Sect and Thousand Crane Sect. As such, Tang Yu was initially puzzled as to who would attack so brazenly in the city's north. She did not expect that it would be one of the 5 heretical doctrines, Poison Sect. Although Poison Sect disciples were not strong in head-on combat, many factions and cultivators were unwilling to be enemies with them. Poison Sect had 7 lethals. Every single lethal was extremely fatal and one would die upon touch. Furthermore, Poison Sect disciples were extremely cunning and ruthless. They specialized in hidden weapons and were very stealthy. It was way too simple if Poison Sect disciples wanted to kill anyone. A casual contact while eating, drinking or even breathing. Every common action could cause one their lives. Even for Foundation establishment cultivators, if they were careless, they could be poisoned by the Qi refinement warriors of Poison Sect and die unexpectedly. These were not uncommon examples. Most cultivators would run far away if they caught sight of Poison Sect disciples since they did not want to be enemies or befriend the latter. Tang Yu did not understand why Su Xiaoning would be targeted by disciples of Poison Sect. Any cultivator that could release the purple corpse corrosion poison definitely held a high status in Poison Sect. Why would Poison Sect send such a disciple to kill an elixir refinement master at late-stage Foundation establishment personally? Right then, Uncle Liang exclaimed softly, "That's strange." Given the toxic nature of the purple corpse corrosion poison, this girl should have already turned into a puddle of blood. Why is her corpse still intact without any signs of corroding? Anyone who was inflicted by the purple corpse corrosion poison would die within 10 breaths. Their bodies would corrode, turning them into a puddle of blood, and even immortals would have difficulty saving them. Furthermore, the blood would also contain a rich amount of the purple corpse corrosion poison, and anyone tainted by it would die as well. Tang Yu looked at Xiaoning for a while, deep in thought. She's still alive? It might have been an illusion, but the paleness of Xiaoning's face and her purple lips seemed to have faded a little. How is that possible? Tang Yu had some understanding of the purple corpse corrosion poison. Even 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators would most likely die if they were tainted by the poison, let alone a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator like Xiaoning. That was also the terrifying aspect of Poison Sect. What's going on? Pointing at the corpse on the floor, Uncle Liang turned around and asked. A cultivator stood forth and pointed at Night Spirit, who was standing not far away, declaring hatefully, "Junior Brother Pooh wanted to check on Su Xiaoning's condition out of goodwill upon seeing that the latter was poisoned. However, this beast killed him straight away." Tang Yu frowned. That statement didn't sound like a big deal. To begin with, Night Spirit was a demon beast. It was highly likely that it might be triggered after its owner was injured and turned feral, attacking anyone wildly. However, Tang Yu felt that something was amiss. With a stern expression, Yan Jun shouted, "Uncle Liang, junior sister, Elixir Yang's sect is one of the 4 unorthodox groups. How can we let our disciples be killed wantonly, especially by a beast? Since it killed a fellow disciple of ours, it'll have to pay with its life." Pausing for a moment, Yan Jun continued, "That's Su Zimo's beast. Since his beast got into trouble, he can't escape responsibility after returning as well. That's right, we've got to take revenge for Junior Brother Pooh. Kill that beast. Kill it." Everyone from Elixir Yang's sect chanted agitatedly. The development of the events have gone far beyond Tang Yu's control. No matter what, Su Zimo's group were still outsiders. If she sided with Night Spirit, she wouldn't be able to convince the masses and quell their bloodthirst. Instead, it might lead to internal bloodshed within the sect. Biting her lip gently, Tang Yu frowned and felt flustered. For a moment, she did not know how she should handle this. Uncle Yang sighed internally when he saw this. Tang Yu was a talent of Elixir Yang Sect's younger generation. Brilliant and smart, there were few things that could be hidden from her. However, she lacked decisiveness and dominance. There was no way for her to control the situation without those things. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Uncle Liang's mind. That man truly is. Uncle Liang could not continue. It was difficult for him to give an accurate evaluation of that person. Although he looked like a meek and demure scholar on the surface, he exuded an air of dominance deep from his spine. With sharp methods, he was decisive to kill. Everything else aside, that particular trait alone would rank him as the top 10 of the younger generation. Suddenly, a voice sounded from outside the main hall. "Who do you guys want to kill?" The voice was calm, neither loud nor soft. However, it suppressed the chaos in the main hall. Tang Yu shuddered and turned around with a flicker of joy in her eyes. An elegant green-robed cultivator strode in. The moment he entered the back hall, he swept a look with his lightning-cold gaze and the place went quiet instantly. It was a mighty aura. Although it was indescribable, it could suppress everything. Su Zimo had returned. The moment they saw him, everyone recalled the sight from the bloody battle on the long street and their courage weakened unconsciously. Everyone's gaze was on Su Zimo. Uncle Liang could make out a hint of fear and awe in the eyes of the disciples. After entering the back hall and witnessing Xiaoning's weak state, Su Zimo's eyes flashed coldly and killing intent surged. Tang Yu whispered, "Fellow Daoist Su, I was careless and did not send any sect disciples to watch over Xiaoning. I truly hadn't expected that she would be attacked by someone from Poison Sect." Su Zimo shook his head in silence with a dark expression. This matter was not Tang Yu's fault. If Xiaoning could be poisoned even with Night Spirit guarding her, nothing would have changed even if Elixir Yang Sect disciples were assigned to accompany her. Although Tang Yu could not ascertain if Xiaoning was alive, Su Zimo had already cleared his 7 orifices and could clearly hear a faint heartbeat coming from Xiaoning's chest. Furthermore, her heartbeat was growing increasingly stronger. In other words, Xiaoning's condition was turning for the better. Su Zimo turned and walked to Xiaoning's side. He had barely taken a few steps when Yan Jun blocked his path in a flash, sneering provocatively. "Su Zimo, you had better stop with that attitude." Yan Jun shouted, "It's true that your sister is dead, but that was done by Poison Sect. It has nothing to do with us. However, all of us witnessed your beast killing our fellow disciple. Regarding that, you have to be accountable to Elixir Yang Sect. Is that so?" Expressionlessly, Su Zimo nodded. "Good kill. What did you say?" Yan Jun's eyes were widened. "Get lost. You." Before Yan Jun could complete his sentence, Su Zimo reached out and slapped Yan Jun with his backhand. Instantly, Yan Jun was sent flying and landed in a corner, fainted. The place fell into an uproar. Chapter 398, Night Spirit's Blood. Chapter 398, Night Spirit's Blood. Su Zimo, what are you doing? Audacious. How arrogant. Many Elixir Yang Sect disciples shouted emotionally. No matter what, Yan Jun was a disciple of the Sect's battle hall and Tang Yu was the only one who was above him in status. He was not somebody that an outsider like Su Zimo could compare to. Tang Yu could clearly see that although Yan Jun's cheeks were swollen, he had merely fainted and did not sustain any severe injuries. Given Su Zimo's strength, if he truly wanted to kill in that distance, Yan Jun's head would have been smashed by that single slap. In other words, Su Zimo had already shown mercy. Taking a deep breath of air, Tang Yu declared, "Silence." Young master, he's only an outsider. How can he act so brazenly in our territory? That's right. He would have been killed by Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect long ago if not for the protection of Elixir Yang Sect. Fufu, Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect are not the only ones. These two siblings seem like they've even offended Poison Sect. In the crowd, voices of dissent against Su Zimo continued sounding incessantly. Shut up. With a dark gaze, Uncle Liang suddenly shouted. Although he was old with white hair and beard, his eyes were still bright and exuded a sense of authority. The chaotic place quietened gradually. All the Elixir Yang Sect disciples knew very well about the background of the old man before them. It was possible that they might protest against Tang Yu's decisions. However, even if the masses disagreed with the old man, the most they would do would be to grumble a little internally. Tang Yu said deeply, "This matter will definitely be accounted for in a bit. Everyone, please quieten down." After a brief pause, Tang Yu called back Su Zimo and frowned. Xiaoning is afflicted with the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison, one of the 7 lethals of Poison Sect. Be careful, the poison is extremely toxic and it's easy for you to get tainted if you are careless. Su Zimo nodded and walked to Xiaoning's side. Growl. Night Spirit slumped its head and let out a deep growl, feeling a little guilty. Su Zimo patted Night Spirit on the head while shaking his own. It's not your fault. If it was an ordinary assassination attempt, there was no way it would have gotten past Night Spirit. However, Poison Sect cultivators were way too scheming and there was no way to guard against them. In that short while, Xiaoning's expression had gotten much better. In fact, her cheeks were now redder and her heartbeat was getting stronger, her condition was improving. Uncle Liang was amazed when he saw that. The 7 lethals of Poison Sect could not be cured by any cultivators outside the sect. Throughout his life, Uncle Liang had never heard of anyone who had survived against the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison. Furthermore, by the looks of it, the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison seemed to be disappearing bit by bit from within Xiaoning's body. The purple color on Xiaoning's lips was fading and there were merely a few drops of blood left on it. Although there were only a few drops of blood, Su Zimo could sense an extremely powerful energy. That was definitely not Xiaoning's blood. Su Zimo swept his gaze and looked at Night Spirit's wrist where there was a deep gash that had yet to fully recover. No wonder. Back when they just entered the ancient battlefield, Night Spirit had already displayed the terror of its bloodline where it could ignore the poison of the blood centipede and was immune to it. The reason why the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison was being purged from Xiaoning's body should be because she drank Night Spirit's blood. That's not right either. Su Zimo thought again. The Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison was extremely toxic and would activate within 10 breaths. Although Night Spirit's blood could purge the poison from Xiaoning's body, it required a relatively longer time. How did Xiaoning manage to survive in between that period? After clearing his 7 orifices, Su Zimo's 5 senses turned even sharper. Now that he was closer, he could vaguely sense a warmth emanating from Xiaoning's chest along with a faint medicinal scent. That's it. Su Zimo was enlightened. The mysterious elixir furnace that Xiaoning possessed was still kept at her chest area. If he was not wrong, that warmth and medicinal scent should be emitted by the elixir furnace. The elixir furnace was also the reason why Xiaoning's heart artery was preserved until it could take in Night Spirit's blood to purge away the poison within. Su Zimo finally heaved a long breath and calmed down after ensuring that Xiaoning was alright. Turning around, he glared at the corpse on the ground. The bloodied hole on the glabella of the corpse was clear evidence that Night Spirit did it. You want an explanation? Sure, I'll give you an explanation. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo said indifferently, Night Spirit won't harm anyone for no reason. If that person is dead, it must be because he crossed Night Spirit's bottom line. Bullshit. An Elixir Yang Sect cultivator with a long face hollered, Junior Brother Pooh was trying to head forward and check out of goodwill. However, your beast killed him without any reason at all. We saw it for ourselves and you're still trying to deny it? Su Zimo smiled and glared at that guy sharply with a cold gaze, replying with a deep intent. It was true that he came forward to check things out. However, we don't know whether it was out of goodwill. What do you mean by that? A hint of panic flashed through that person's eyes. Su Zimo turned towards Tang Yu and asked, "Young Master Tang, you mentioned that the purple corpse corrosion poison is extremely toxic and contagious, right?" "That's right." Tang Yu nodded and her eyes flashed, as if she had thought of something. "Even you would be afraid of going forward casually, am I right?" Su Zimo continued asking. "Yes." Tang Yu admitted with a nod. Indeed, she did not dare to get close after realizing that Xiaoning was inflicted with the purple corpse corrosion poison. It was not because she was cold-blooded, it was merely logic. Suddenly, Tang Yu's heart jolted and she realized what was wrong. She murmured softly, "Why would Junior Brother Pooh be the first to head up and check something that even I wouldn't dare to?" Uncle Liang nodded in silence. Tang Yu continued, "Most importantly, there's no antidote available for the purple corpse corrosion poison. There's no reason for Junior Brother Pooh to head forward at all." Many Elixir Yang sect cultivators came to their senses when they heard that. They wouldn't have gone forward if it was them in that position. Furthermore, what was the point of risking their lives to head forward and check when they wouldn't be able to do anything about the poison either? Tang Yu's gaze turned cold as she glared at the corpse on the floor without saying anything more. Su Zimo's gaze flashed like lightning towards the long-faced cultivator and said slowly, "I'm guessing that the reason why the person went forward to check wasn't because Xiaoning was poisoned. It was because Xiaoning didn't die from the poison." The long-faced cultivator's expression changed slightly as his eyes flickered. He did not dare to meet with Su Zimo's gaze. Squinting his eyes, Su Zimo said word by word, "That person's killing intent appeared after finding out that Xiaoning wasn't dead and that was why he was killed by Night Spirit. Fellow Daoist, am I right?" Su Zimo was intimidating. The long-faced cultivator forced a laugh. How would I know?" Walking slowly towards the long-faced cultivator, Su Zimo asked with a sinisterly dark gaze, "What are you afraid of?" "I'm not." "In this short period of time, your heart has been racing and your breathing turned hurried. You're clearly panicking. Also, I sensed your killing intent towards me a moment ago." By the time he was finished speaking, Su Zimo had already arrived in front of the long-faced cultivator. The person's face was frightfully pale as he stumbled backwards instinctively. Even the other cultivators could tell that he was looking guilty. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.